Preeti, you welcome this thing address. Dr. Preeti.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. Respected guest of honor, Professor Bhargava, eminent panelist, Professor Kumaran, Professor Yajnik, Dr. Sara, Dr. Nadia, Professor Unisa, my senior colleagues from IAPS and other who are attending from the other organizations, and all other attendees. On behalf of the Longitudinal Survey of Maternal and Infant Nutrition in Maharashtra, this project of IAPS, I welcome you all to this online webinar, which is on longitudinal health and nutrition surveys in India, what we have learned from the recent studies. The main aim of the workshop is to gain insights on the methodology followed by the previous studies and learn the barriers and facilitators to their approach in conducting cohort studies. Now, without taking much time, I would like to invite Director Professor K. James to inaugurate the session and for his opening remarks. Thank you, sir. Please, over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you all for joining this important initiative by IAPS. It's actually for a long time, IAPS has been thinking on, as an institute which has been conducting a large number of survey-based research studies and large surveys in the country. So it was also necessary that beyond survey, what is that we really need to understand about the society, understand about specific issues. Because as you know, many of these IAPS large-scale research studies like NFHS or even LASI has also brought out several interesting research questions, whether it is in terms of nutrition, whether it is in terms of the maternal and child health utilization, or in many other aspects. But many of these, the details which has come out of this study, which also necessitates some longitudinal nature of the investigation, which also needs a continuous understanding of what is really happening on the behavior as well as on the society, which were all missed out because primarily we didn't have such kind of a data system developed in the country, and there have been some sporadic experiments there and here, but which was really not accessible or available to many really to have a detailed investigation. Even if when there has been sporadic experiments, none of them also has primarily led to something called a detailed investigation or led to some understanding where the variables or the indicators which we were looking was absent. So thus, it was very, very important for us to also look at what are the possible other alternatives on it. So it was in this context we thought that it is also perhaps worthwhile to look at some of the larger experiment in this field, really to understand what is really happening on the longitudinal nature of the data collection and longitudinal survey points where all those things them to bring together, as well as maybe for the IAPS to launch such kind of a site where we can have our own experiments. Our students can go and study them. Our PhD students can also look at each of them very carefully. So this also widens a very large opportunities for the institute as well as perhaps a public at large. So this initiative has been taken primarily by Professor Seidunisa and her team. So let me first of all congratulate them for this initiative as well as making this wonderful program today on the aspects of the longitudinal survey as well as on a detailed study of some of the villages where in the future which we are planning to do so that we will have a greater understanding of such issues. So it's my also great pleasure really to welcome and also thanks for our guest of honor, Professor S.K. Bhargava, and also today's speakers, Dr. Kumaran from the Southampton University, Dr. Sarah from the University of Southampton again, and also Nadia Ansari and Rajkumar Gope. Thank you and welcome all of them for joining, and also, sorry, Dr. Sangam Patel and Dr. Praveen Agarwal. So thank you all for agreeing to join in this sessions today. And as I told you, this is our long ambition or sort of a long-standing effort which we are trying to launch it today, which we thought it may be worthwhile to in the future experiment it and also start a longitudinal field-based study in the future for the institute. So I look forward to the meaningful seminar as well as a meaningful dialogue. This is not to one-on kind of a seminar, which we would expect that your all help will be there for us when we are trying to develop a longitudinal site for us. So we look forward to continued collaboration and continued support from all of you. Thank you all of you for joining, and I will also be primarily looking forward to listening from all of you to learn more about what has really happened over the period in this area of research and study. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Now, I would like to invite eminent guest of honor, who is Professor S.K. Bhargava. He is founder of the New Delhi Birth Cohort. Sir, can you switch on your video? Yes, sir. Please, over to you, sir.
Before asking Professor Bhargava to speak, let me talk about him. I'm very much grateful to Professor Bhargava for joining this thing. He is the founder member of New Delhi Birth Cohort, and he has started this work in 1969. Maybe many of you have not born at that time, and the babies their weight is taken 6 monthly. Till now, the work is going on, and so this is a very long cohort study where from children to adults are observed, and it is quite interesting to see the paper that has covered so many issues. And with this is his experience, I thought we should learn from him more and more, and we should call him more and more. And at this moment, I request him to talk about the importance of cohort study.
Professor James, Professor Unisa, distinguished participants and friends. Let me first thank Professor Unisa for the kind words, and also Professor James and their team to invite me to join this webinar, which I think is very interesting and very timely. I say so because in the last 2 decades, there's been the cohort studies have become the flavor of not only India, but world across. When we began in 1960s, to be very honest, I had not heard the word birth cohort. And when Professor Unisa and their team asked me to meet about 2 years ago in Delhi to share my experience, I was a bit surprised as to why Dr. Unisa, who is a professor of mathematics, would like to delve into these kinds of studies. By that time, I had become aware that mathematical models are playing a very important role, and I therefore became very interested in getting involved with this work and getting to know the institute and their team, From that day, about 2 years ago to this today, looking at the content of the seminar, the title of the seminar, I feel the team has come a long way. I say so especially because I'm very impressed by the title of Professor Unisa, because she has said she wants to learn from the lessons of the national and international cohorts. I have always believed that history is a big, is always teaches, and there are always lessons to learn. It teaches to learn, and the lessons are always, I believe, a progressive way to move forwards. In order to illustrate why I say so, I try to just get you through few important steps of what Dr. Professor Unisa just said of the New Delhi birth cohort, which was initiated in 1967, launched in 69, and still ongoing in 2021. In 1968, the country had two issues. Dr. Ghosh, my mentor, and I are pediatrician, and interested in low birth weight. The country was obsessed with population explosion. And you might have heard of the 17th when a lot of family planning programs were on. And therefore, at that time, we became interested in this birth cohort studies with two objectives. One, our primary aim to know low birth weight, where the prevalence was as much as from 30% to 56% in the country. And nobody in the country really knew what happens to low birth weight. How are they born? What are the causes? How many survive? How many die? Those who survive, what happens to them? So that was one of our major interests. The second was to look at maternal health and the family welfare practices, because we were trying to initiate into a study which was related to maternal health, pregnancy, childbirth, and birth cohorts. From then on, I was in those years, like many of you were very youngsters, in late 30s, and I had not really known what is the birth cohort. I was not familiar with research. There were no research techniques. There were no research seminars, workshops, or even courses to learn. And one learned research on its way by mistakes or from your experience of others, So we began, and the first grant came from the US, and we had Professor Muriyamma, who was a statistician, and that was the biggest benefit we had, because he had the foresight to plan the study, and we spent almost 1 year planning to develop protocols and simply selecting the population and trying to do what we are trying to do. That was the one lesson that I learned, that initial planning is the most important part in any project which you want to do. And there, I used to get frustrated being a youngster, repeating the protocols again and again and again. But then later on, I learned the importance, because our protocols of 60s are still relevant in 2021. Then from 69 to 73, we collected the data of the first phase of the project. It was low birth weight, and we were quite happy to see the distribution of the low birth weight, the IUGR, the AGA, the fetal growth curves, and the rest. But at the same time, we began to had collected a spin of the growth and development, and began to find a lot of interesting findings. We started applying. You must remember that even today, it is not easy to find research grant. In those days, it was almost impossible to find research ones. So it used to take several years between two grants to get your grants going. But we were fortunate. We continued our project, and the second phase came to us in 78, almost 5 years later after completing the. But in this between period, we tried to learn about preschool, school, and other things. So time on cognitive, early development, early growth, we had understood. But the grant we got the second phase, we in the middle school years, and by that time we realized that this country did not have any data on growth, had no data on longitudinal surveys, no data on community participation, prevalence, and many other things. So we began to collect, but because of the limitation of funds, we just focused on our main objectives are trying to follow the growth and the outcome of low birth weight babies. And we continued, and the second or third phase we got when the adolescents were almost in 14 years. But we had continued by support from kindness of the ICMR Director Generals, who used to give us supportive grants to carry on. And therefore, we could do from the birth to the early childhood, to middle school, to adolescence, and by 1991, we were able to complete the whole growth of the first 21 years. We're very happy because we had collected some relevant data from community prospectively. Every time, everything was qualitatively controlled, statistically evaluated, and we were very fortunate that in 67 we could think of planning the data to be stored in computers. I can tell you in 67 there was only one computer in the capital in Delhi, and that was located at the Planning Commission. We being a pediatrician, we had to use our resources of looking after the families of the computer centers to get our data in. By that time, in later years, Delhi University and others started the computer centers. But the initial foresight of trying to develop the data, computer-based, came the long way because we were able to retrieve everything and store our data in those 21 years. Now, we felt very happy that we have done our job and closed the in 90. But in 98, Dr. David Barker and Dr. Caroline Fay came. And by that time, we had the famous Dr. Barker's hypothesis of fetal origin of adult disease. He wanted to test his hypothesis in Indians, and he found our cohort as most suitable. And that was the beginning of the adult phase. And I can tell you, that was an eye-opener because when they looked at our data, the way we had collected and the way we had stored and looked after information, we could relate everything that we prospectively collected from 1998 to now with our data which has been collected from 1967 to 2021. And the earlier part we were able to do in 98, 2003, the cardiometabolic disorders which we could publish in the New England Journal of Medicine. And we were delighted that one of our first work came into the NEJM. But then that was the beginning. In 2004, we were fortunate to join the Cohorts group. By now, you know the Cohorts group with 4 other countries. And we were able to work with them on maternal and nutrition, child nutrition, pulling our data. And I can tell you that this group is in many ways instrumental in coining the term what we call the first 1,000 days today. That was our contribution in looking at the maternal nutrition and the first 1,000 days, that is from fetal conception to the first 2 years we were to conclude. Now in these years, that is from 2004 to 2021, we with cohort studies and many other studies have published our data relating to birth weight, gestational age, preterms, and everything, growth from 2 years to middle school, to adolescence, to adulthood, and related to all kinds of disorders and other things. And now I'm very happy to say that the NDBC is a 4th-generation cohort. Being a 4th-generation cohort, we had the good foresight. I mean, I must say, we are foresighted that we treated NDBC as a family cohort. And by that, I meant that we used to collect every member that visited our clinic, the data. And we were very focused on collecting data on the children. Therefore, when we looked at the 4th generation and the 3rd generation, we were able to relate the intergeneration data and the transgeneration data. And very happy to say that our most recent work, we have published with intergeneration changes in same age, same exact age matching between father and the cohort, and published the results in the international epidemiology journal, illustrating that there is a tremendous benefits in thermometry. Our children are heavier, taller. Our undernutrition rates, both in and under fives, have gone down. And I must say that one thing that was most strong in our favor, that we did no intervention in this study. And therefore, whatever you have been able to project and give to the country is totally a natural outcome of what is happening to the cohort. In 2021, therefore, we're very proud that we have moved on from a simple study of what we call as low birth weight to intergenerational study, which we are able to do it. And currently now, with environmental changes, we are involved with the chronic pulmonary obstructive disease. We are looking at the lung size and the relationship to environment. And that is what I want to say, that when you do a cohort study, it's so different from other studies. It gives you so much of information that I had as a youngster, or even Professor Ghosh or Professor Moriyama, the founder with me on the cohort, had never imagined that the NDBC would reach this height, contribute so much into many directions. We are contributing from the maternal health to childbirth, to adult age, to now the young adults which are entering into the young adult age. And I must say that this study has never been easy in India. I have to say what succeeded in our project was the cohorts believed us. Our team was a very successful team effort. I must say that I was very fortunate that I had so many collaborations, so many people I met across nationally, internationally, at local level, but by being seen as a straightforward collaborator, willing to share the data, willing to work at the goals of trying to find what our nation needs, what our national needs, how it will benefit the community, how it will benefit the scientific world. We have been very successful in delivering it. I must say that it is not easy to do studies in India, but then even in this situation, one can do it, provided you have the perseverance, you have the blessings of your call. I mean, your seniors, like I'm sure Professor James would always bless your cohort. I'm sure Professor Unisa would provide you the leadership. I'd met the youngsters who were part of the team. I saw their enthusiasm, and I'm very sure that your project will be very successful. I would like to wish you the very best, and thank you once again for letting me share this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging and informative remarks on this cohort studies on maternal and infant birth cohorts. Now I take this opportunity to invite Professor Unisa to introduce the last-minute projects of IAPS to the audience. Professor is heading the Department of Mathematical Demography and Statistics and is a PI of the project. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, Preeti. And I'm starting this as a new beginning. Although IIPS have done longitudinal service in the past, but this will be very intensive project where we are going to follow pregnant women several times, as well as the how to identify them, and all those things will take a lot of energy as well as visits. So this project was basically developed with the funding of UNICEF, but at present we are doing this, carrying out the project from IIPS funding. So Dr. Shetty, once he said, his cardiologist, he said, if solution is not feasible as well as affordable, then it is not a solution. So what we thought, whatever money we have, let us start and see how best we can find out some solutions for our population, women, children. So with this objective, we have started this project. And as all of you know, Professor Bhargava already said that low birth weight in 68, 69 was problem, but still now also low birth weight is problem. Our children are stunted, wasting is also there, everything is there, but still we talk about rates, prevalences and all those things, but we do not undergo the mechanism how best we can reduce this thing. Maybe we are doing a lot of efforts, but still it required a lot of research as well as different programs implementation to improve the health of the children. And now I am going to talk briefly about this project, and we will have more and more meeting where we can discuss in depth. And what we are going to do is three things, very important things. We are looking at preconception BMI. Let us see preconception BMI, gestational weight gain, and gestational disease and its association with birth weight of the children, neonatal mortality, and all those things. So first, let us see BMI and this thing, its impact on the children. And in India, what we have found in NFHS 4 in 15 to 19, almost 23% women are underweight. And on the other hand, obesity is also increasing among women of their reproductive ages. And these two are very bad thing for the children. When women are underweight, herself is underweight, there are very high chances of preterm births, low birth weight babies. On the other hand, in case of women with gestational overweight women, gestational diabetes, gestational hypertension, preeclampsia, all those things will be there. And when it comes to the gestational weight gain, and there are several things, structural, functional modification that occurs in a woman's body to meet pregnancy nutritional this thing. And the gestational weight may not be same for all the persons. And it has also been said nowadays, you can see a lot of gestational weight increase is there, and it is associated with greater BMI and fat mass in the later adulthood of the children. So you are getting the children above 3.5 kgs, 4 kgs, and all those things. So they will going to have in later ages their diseases. On the one side we are having low birth weight babies. On the other side we are also having babies with very high body weight at the time of birth. And what is the problem in gestational weight gain measurement is that in case of India, most of the women go for ANC in the after first trimester, and it is difficult to have any information about preconception and nutritional status, as well as the time from which time we can measure the gestational weight of the woman. And so what we thought in previous cohort studies, if you look at who have done this study, mostly medical doctors have done. Dr. Bhargava was talking about why mathematical demography person is coming into. Basically, we are population scientists. We wanted to know more about socio-economic, behavioral factor, nutritional factors, not only the medical these things. In our team, we have medical doctor also. So we are going to see this thing from a social science perspective as well as medical this thing perspective. And in previous birth cohort studies, preconception stated, those studies are not started at preconception stages. And if you look at the preconception weight and its association with gestational weight gain guidelines that has been developed by IOM, and it gives an idea that for underweight women, this much should be the weight gain. For the normal woman, this much should be the weight gain. And overweight women, this should be the weight gain. In case of Asia, we do not have that type of guidelines, how much it should increase. Although there are some other different measurements are available, but this is lacking. On the other hand, what we can do is we can have a sample. It's not necessarily that near any urban area or any other thing. Let us have it come community-based sample, which is representing population, may not be for whole India, but at least for that area, it is a representative sample. And based on that, we can talk more about the gestational weight gain, preconception, BMI, and its impact on the children. And with that, what we have thought, we have framed the research questions, how this BMI and gestational weight gain relationship is there, or pattern of gestational weight is associated with birth weight, and what is the association of maternal disease with gestational weight gain and newborn birth weight. With this, we have two objectives mainly. Now we have formulated two objectives, but we can increase it. It depends upon the funding and all those things. So, and how long we can continue this project. And if we have funding, we can continue for more time, like Professor Bhargava. But at present, what we thought, we will stop it with the birth weight only. Now with the funding of institute, we can see the pregnant woman and end the study with the birth of the child, or whatever outcome will be there for the woman. So we are planning to do this study in the Raigad district and in one block of Raigad district. And what we thought, we will be able to reach Karjat block, as those people who are familiar with this Mumbai local trains, they may be knowing that Karjat is accessible to us by local trains, so we can have frequent visit to that. And apart from that, what was quite surprising for us is that in this district, 21.8, almost 22% women are underweight. On the other hand, 23% women are overweight. So we thought this will be a good study to get a sample of all the people who are underweight, normal, and overweight. So we will be able to do a better justice to our study. Apart from that, hip to waist ratio is also for women with a very high risk. Hip to waist ratio is also very high. So this is the area of this our district, Raigad district, and the Karjat area. And now, Dr. Lakshmikant, are you available here? You want to talk about sampling?
And you can continue, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So as I told you, we wanted to have a representative sample of women. So we have seen village accessibility as well as accessibility to health facilities. Within 5 kilometers, how many villages are connected with a CSC, and within 5 to 10 kilometers or more than 10 kilometers, that has been also seen. And the literacy of women is also seen, and the social groups, this thing percentage is also seen. Based on this thing, what we have done, we have selected 10 villages from this Karjat, this thing taluka, and 20,000 population, approximately in 2021, projected population is coming 20,000. And we have 5,000 women, and we are expecting that there will be 360 pregnancies per year. And if we continue for 3 years recruitment, we may get around 1,080 women. And recruitment of women will be done by complete mapping and listing of these villages. All the persons will be this thing, their information will be taken. All women's height, weight, blood pressure, everything will be taken in the beginning of this mapping listing. And afterwards, we will update the list with the help of ANM, ASHA, and as well as we do again the surveys of those new recruits will be there. Maybe women will come with after marriages to these places. So we will again update our list and also do the height, weight, measurement of the new recruit and their all biomarkers and all other things. And inclusion criteria, what we thought, 15 to 49 years women we will take, and exclusion this thing with those women who already have chronic illnesses and carrying twins or multiple babies, they will not be included in this thing. And this is maybe it may not be visible to all of you, but there are 2-3 things based on this figure only. I wanted to pose question to the researchers who are going to speak afterwards about their studies. So we wanted your help in measuring preconception BMI. How much gap should be there before the conception, whether it should be 3 months. It will be difficult to tell that exactly it was before preconception. So we need to know about this thing. And other one is about where many times it happens that for first pregnancies, for delivery, women will go to her mother's place. How they have maintained their record or how they have catched those women, that also we wanted to learn from you. And talking about going frequently and asking about whether she had become pregnant or whether we as an investigator or ANM or ASHA going and asking how ethical it is, what is the best way to identify the women who had become pregnant. That is also a question to the researcher who are going to speak afterwards. And we have planned that during pregnancy, we will have 11 visits. So is it too much or too less, and what we should do? This is also one of the questions. So that if it is, I have not sent the questions beforehand because it will be too limited to respond to that. And we wanted to learn from you. So during your presentation, you can answer these things. And we are going to have different things, qualitative thing, quantitative food, this thing, as well as biochemical tests, anthropometric measurement, and questionnaires will be developed for different rounds. In the first trimester, what type of questions we are going to ask, second, third, and all those things we are in the process of developing, whereas we have already done baseline socioeconomic demographic indicators. So these things, questionnaire is almost ready. We will share with our experts to get their comments. And this is the timeline what we are planning to now. Already started it, and we will complete in 2021 baseline survey, recruit women, start recruiting women, and in 22 to 24 and 25 also, till 25 we will have a different schedules, ANC schedule, checkup, biochemical analysis, delivery, birth schedule also we will implement, and use of health services we will see, and mental health of women also we are going to see, and updating the list. This list will also be updated time to time. Each year we will update the list. So in this component we have we thought of including mental health also. This will continue till 2025, and we at present we have planned it for 2025, but in 2026 things will continue. Then we will have more dissemination, writing of paper. But for births, we are restricting the time to just after the birth. But if all of you suggest, we can continue at least for first 2 years births to be observed for 2 years. Okay, so this study will generate a spectrum of non-nutritional related changes among the cohort of pregnant women from pre-pregnancy to childbirth and its association with fetal growth and birth weight. Thank you very much. I wanted to learn from all of you. My team wanted to learn from all of you. So we will have first session with we have 4 speakers in this first session. Professor James. You have huh?
Sir, I had another meeting by my thing.
Okay, okay. So no problem. So we will start the next session. In the next session, okay. In the next session, we have first speaker. First speaker is Dr. Kumaran. Dr. Kumaran is an associate professor of epidemiology and public health, University of Southampton, and head and senior scientist, epidemiological research unit, CSI, Holdsworth Memorial Hospital, Mysore. The Mysore birth record cohort is led by Dr. K. Kumaran, and it comprises of men and women born in the Mysore between 1934 to 1966. So he is going to talk about how best we can utilize hospital records to do cohort studies. The cohort, I think now is around age 50 to 85 years old. So with this, now I invite Dr. Kumaran to share his experience with us. Dr. Kumaran, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saidanisa. Can you all see my slides?
Sir, yes, sir. We can just slideshow. Okay. Continue, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, are my slides visible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But you
Okay.
can make it
Visible.
PowerPoint mode.
Yeah, it is.
It is in slideshow mode now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you very much. Thanks to Dr. Saidanisa for inviting me, and Professor James for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here and talk about our experiences. And all our studies have been collaborative, and two of my mentors are here, Dr. Bhargava and Dr. Yagnik, who are both going to speak. Dr. Bhargava has already introduced the session, and Dr. Yagnik will be speaking afterwards. So I'm going to talk more about how we set up the studies and what we did, rather than focus too much on the science behind it. So, hopefully that will be in keeping with the theme of this webinar. So our study started because of David Barker's programming hypothesis, which Dr. Bhargava has already referred to. So when David Barker said conditions during early life, particularly during critical phases of development, if there are insults at that point, it can have permanent effects leading to increased susceptibility to diseases in later life. So he then showed that by showing data from a place called Hertfordshire in the UK, where they showed that people who had been born with low birth weights in the 1910s to 1920s had higher rates of mortality and morbidity from coronary heart disease in the 1970s and 80s. So they then wanted to expand their studies to outside of the UK. And because of Caroline Fall, his great colleagues' association with India, they then came to India and met a group of us, a group called SNEHA, Society for the Natal Effects of Health in Adults, of whom Dr. Bhargava and Dr. Yagnik and myself are all founder members. And Dr. Yagnik is actually the current president of the association. So this group started working on birth cohort studies, trying to study the association between poor fetal growth and later disease. So when we started these studies, Caroline initially wrote to over 300 hospitals, and she got a response back from the Mission Hospital in Mysore, where I was based. Dr. Paul, who's the director here, responded and said, yes, we do have birth records which go back to the 1930s. So, this is the Holdsworth Memorial Hospital in Mysore, which was set up as a maternity hospital in 1905, and it became a general hospital in the late 1940s. The hospital has maintained birth records going back to 1934. And this is an example of a typical birth record. The names have been fictionalized, but essentially the birth records contain the names of the father and mother, their caste, their religion, their address at that time, the father's occupation, the previous obstetric history of the mother, and then details about the delivery itself, when labor started, and then the birth weight, birth length, and head circumference of the baby, along with about 50% of the records also contain maternal weight and maternal pelvic measurements. And these are some of the people who were involved in the initial part of the study, Dr. Sona Rao and Prakash. So the first study was then started under the leadership of Claudia Stein, and we decided to trace people who had been born in the Mission Hospital between 1934 and 1955 for the first study, looking at a 20-year-old period who would at that time have been between 40 and 60 years of age in the mid-90s. So as many of you will be aware, birth records in India don't contain the name of the baby. So we had to trace these babies who were actually born in the hospital in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s. A pilot study led by Sona Rao had earlier shown that we could potentially trace people who had been born in the hospital, because Mysore had had a fairly stable population, and a lot of the people who were born in the hospital in the 40s and 50s were still living in and around the hospital areas. So we initially did a survey of a 2 square mile area around the hospital and later extended it to 8 square miles. So this shaded area that you can see here is the area that we actually surveyed in Mysore, looking for people who were born in the hospital. So what our field workers did was they essentially visited every household in that area, asking people if they were born in the hospital and if they were 40 years and over. And of course, we realized there were lots of issues. A lot of people didn't know their dates of birth. Only a handful know their exact date of birth. Only a small proportion even knew the year in which they were born. And so we found we had to be flexible when we went into the field about sticking to age. So we basically asked if they were born in the hospital and then took down some details with a great amount of leeway. And the details that we collected on a tracing form were very similar to what was entered in the birth record, so that we could go back to the hospital and match them with their birth record. So when we came back to the hospital, we then marked the houses where people had said they were born onto a large scale map. The reason for this was a lot of the areas that we surveyed didn't really have proper addresses. There were no proper door numbers. For example, there would be a household in which there would be 10 different families living there. So, and without a proper door number or a street name. So in order to identify where we had found these people, we had to mark them on a map. We then used a tracing flowchart algorithm to match the information that we collected on the forms during survey with what was in the birth record, so that we could identify whether someone had genuinely been born in the hospital. Vanessa Cox, our computer program in Southampton, helped us to devise a phonetic matching program, which was based on the sound of the mother's name. So, for example, a name like Khaironisa could be spelled K-H-Y, K-H-A-I, K-A-I, K-I, different ways, especially because those forms in those days were filled by British doctors who were working in the mission hospital. So the way they spelled names wasn't always consistent with Indian spellings. And so we developed this phonetic matching program, which started with mother's name and then went down till we were able to identify this person as a definite trace or not. If there were any doubts, the field workers were sent back with open-ended questions. They didn't know the answer to those questions. Only I or Claudia Stein, who led the first study, knew the answers to those questions. So we would give them the questions and they would go back and ask these open-ended questions. And if the participants answered them, they would write those answers and bring it back, and we would match it and see. So for example, we would notice that one of the women might have missed mentioning about a cesarean section. So we would ask them, was there anything special about any of the deliveries? The field workers would then go and come back, oh yes, between the third child had some problems in the womb, and so they had to cut her stomach open and take the baby out. So that's how we were able to match some of the information on the records with what we collected. We then invited these people to our clinics. We traced 536 people in the first study, of whom 517 participated, very high participation rates. And we did a series of cardiometabolic investigations on that. I'm not going to go through the details of what investigations we did and how we did it in the interest of time. But essentially, our findings showed that the findings in Mysore were similar to that David Barker and colleagues had found in the UK, in that babies who were born with a lower birth weight, a shorter birth length, and a smaller head circumference had a higher rate of coronary heart disease when they were between 40 and 60 years of age. We then looked at the children of these men and women who were born in the mission hospital. So this was the second generation of people who were born in the same hospital. And we traced 460 odd mother offspring pairs and 340 father offspring pairs. And the idea was to look at intergenerational effects. And this was led by my colleague, Dr. Veena. So we found that the second generation did have a higher birth weight. And there was an association between parental birth size and offspring birth size. We then followed them up serially for cardiometabolic outcomes. So they had 2 major rounds of follow-up, one after 5 years and one after 10 years. And then more recently in 2015, our colleague Murali Krishna joined the team. Murali Krishna is a psychiatrist. And for the first time, we were able to introduce studies on mental health. So he recruited the cohort again for a follow-up study where we not only repeated the cardiometabolic investigations, but for the first time also included batteries looking at cognitive outcomes and dementia and other mental health issues. And again, the findings showed that birth weight was an important independent predictor for cognitive abilities in later life. So at that time, when we checked them, these men and women were between 60 and 80 years of age. So we had been following them up over a period of 20 years. And this essentially summarizes the kind of data we have and the number that we have. So we had over 20,000 people who were born in the mission hospital between the 1930s and the 1950s in which we did the study. We traced about 3,500 of them, out of whom close to 1,100 have actually participated in our studies over a period of time with serial follow-ups. At the same time, we also set up another study which was led by Jackie Hill and Dr. Krishnaveni. Dr. Krishnaveni, whom you see on the slide, continues to lead this cohort called the Mysore Parthenon cohort. Now, this cohort was specifically set up to look at the effects of gestational diabetes mellitus and hyperglycemia on offspring health. And when we did the study, so the women here in this study were recruited from the antenatal clinics of Mission Hospital. So we recruited them when they came for their first antenatal visit and continued to follow them up through pregnancy. And then their babies have been followed up serially. This study showed that the prevalence of gestational diabetes at that time was 6.2%, which was considered quite high. Most estimates at that time were considerably lower. And although these women appear to be well nourished in terms of BMI, a large proportion had both vitamin D and vitamin B12 deficiency. So these babies have then been followed up at birth and serially for anthropometry anthropometry and growth every year, but also for more detailed cardiometabolic and cognitive outcomes every 5 years. So at 5, 9.5, 13.5, and now more recently at 20 years of age. So we have been following up this cohort for over 20 years of age. Again, I won't go into the details of the findings, but essentially we showed that the risk factors for diabetes in the offspring of diabetic mothers seems to set quite early in life. And this amplifies as the children grow older. So offspring born to diabetic mothers have higher risk factors for diabetes starting at birth, which just continues to increase as they grow older. So this is the data that we have collected on the Parthenon cohort over the last 20 odd years. So what are the challenges we have had? So part of it is related to the cohort and the other one is related to our staff and funding. So some of the major challenges are about consent, how we continue to maintain informed consent, keeping them engaged, and then about the issues of how we retain staff and manage long-term funding. So informed consent is truly difficult. Most of you who are involved in such studies will be aware of this, but in spite of our best efforts, we have extensive engagement with them in person, written information, but ultimately it boils down to trust. We have had people who have come back to us after 20 years and still ask us, why are you doing this? And then we tell them, why have you been taking part so long? And they say, oh, well, it's because we know, it's because we know you, or we trust you, or we trust the hospital. So we do make an effort to try and communicate this in person and written information in the local language, but ultimately it's the rapport that matters. How do we keep the cohort engaged over a long-term period of 20 odd years? There's regular contact with them. We have regular feedbacks on the investigations they undergo, and sometimes we act as the first point of contact for any of their medical issues. Although we may not be able to solve them ourselves, we are at least able to point them in the right direction or refer them appropriately. There are some incentives which are really quite minor. I must say that most of them take part because they are interested in research and they actually want to help us rather than us giving anything back to them in any major way. Dr. Bhargava mentioned family involvement previously, and that is obviously a huge factor. These studies don't work unless you can keep the entire family involved and engaged. And then we've also held some more larger scale public engagement activities. So in terms of contact, what do? We keep in touch with them on a regular basis. We send them birthday cards. festival greetings, etc. And that's the way we try and keep in touch with them, even when we are not actively involved in any studies. We give them feedback on all the investigations that they undertake. If they have any medical issue, they are free to come and discuss it with one of the doctors in our unit, and we will then be able to refer them appropriately. So incentives in terms of the children, we've been giving them gifts. And now that when these children are older, the 20-year-olds, when they come back, they ask us, aren't you going to give us a gift this time around? So gifts do help to some extent. The entire family participation is obviously key to keeping the cohort engaged over a long time. We've had some major public engagement events where we not only present the findings from our studies, but also invite the participants to share their experiences of participating. And sometimes we have asked them very specific questions like, how can we provide you information about the research in a better manner? How would you like to receive the results? And what are your thoughts or opinions about participating in future projects? And what would you like to see? So for example, in the last public engagement event that we held a couple of years ago, some of the older cohort members said they would like to see kidney scans and brain scans. So that's some of the feedback that we actually get from them. The other major issue is retention of staff and capacity building. It is a complicated issue because none of our staff have long-term contracts. We work in a small charitable mission hospital, and they are all contract employees on a project basis. So we try and support them by helping them develop new skills so that it makes them more generically employable elsewhere too. So we try and help them with their research skills, writing skills, analysis, and enabling them to present at meetings and conferences, support them to attend conferences. And for a small number, we are able to support them to pursue higher degrees, either in India or through collaborative agreements with the UK. So this is our team when we started, but over a period of time, it has grown. And now we have about 20 plus people in the team. And again, they're all funded by the, funded through extramural grants. Although the hospital gives us space and basic infrastructure, the salaries for all of our staff have to come from grants. So one of the big issues that we have had as a team is writing grants, and for that, obviously, the collaborations help. We wouldn't have been able to sustain ourselves without developing good collaborations, both within India and also elsewhere, mainly the UK, but also some other countries. So with that, I'll come to the end of my talk. And I'd just like to thank all our participants and our funders and the teams that I've worked with over the years. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar, for sharing your experience, as well as it's a long journey. Basically, it's a long journey. So we wanted to have question at the end. So now I will invite second speaker, Dr. Yajnik. He's Director, Diabetes Unit, KM Hospital, Pune. The Pune Maternal Nutrition Studies led by Dr. Chitranjan Yajnik, Diabetes Research Unit, KM Hospital, Pune. The cohort was set up prospectively in 1994 in 6 villages near Pune city. The children of PNMS cohort have been followed by continuously with Dr. Yajnik's team, and several in-depth studies were carried out. And mostly those studies were, I feel, it was a medical issues related, cardiometabolic, this thing, body composition, and all other factors have been analyzed by Dr. Yajnik's team. Now, I like to invite Dr. Yajnik. Please give him this share, right? Dr. Kumaran, you can close your this thing, presentation. Now, Dr. Yajnik.
Just given,
okay,
given to
Dr. Yajnik, if you have PPT, then you can share that.
Yeah, I have stopped sharing.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you able to see my slides?
Yeah, it will come few seconds. Yeah, it's coming. Yes, it is there.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Unisa, Dr. Bhargav, Dr. Kumaran, and everyone. I think we have heard fantastic things from Dr. Bhargav about the Delhi birth cohort and from Kumaran about the Mysore cohort. And they were the real sort of resurrections of the old cohorts or the old data which formed the cohorts, and they have done fantastic studies on them. The Pune cohort was specifically set up after I met David Barker, and I'm going to just tell you the science and the history both, because when Dr. Unisa presented, I realized that you have a tremendous scope to actually answer many scientific questions, which may or may not be part of your thinking just now, and therefore probably more interactions with scientifically oriented epidemiologists might be very useful for you. And I'm very happy to help. So I'm just labeled this because of another talk I gave a few days ago, that the focus of Pune studies have been diabesity, because I am trained as a diabetes specialist and I run the diabetes unit of the KEM hospital. I'm fond of saying that the diabetes unit of the KEM hospital is the only diabetes unit in the world where the logo is mother and baby. So it's nothing to, like, say, related to what conventionally we will relate to diabetes, but this is mother and baby. This was originally because of my interest in so-called gestational diabetes and subsequently with David Barker's ideas. The other aspect which we combine in this research is rapid transition. And Dr. Unisa again said about double burden of BMI within the population, 25% underweight, 25% overweight, etc. This has happened rapidly in the community, and this modern Ganesh actually represents it. So many of you who are my age would know that Ganesh used to travel on the back of this mouse, but now he doesn't. He clicks the mice and he ignores this mouse. In fact, actually, I mean, there are bigger stories behind this, but that is what, combined with intrauterine programming, actually leads to development of risk factors for diabetes and obesity, which together we call diabesity. The collaborators in this research, of course, David Barker and Caroline Falls department in Southampton, the MRC LEU. Then Exeter University, where I have a visiting chair and they have taught me about genetics. I have tried to teach them about intrauterine programming. CCMB, where most of our molecular work has been done. Danish Diabetes Academy, where I was a visiting professor, so I acknowledge their help. And this is the International Doha Society, where actually Kumar and myself, we are all founder members. Now I am also one of the trustees of this international society. And it would be important for you to know more about Doha Society, because I'm sure you are going to contribute to it in future. I wrote a few years ago my experiences of research in nutrition. And European Journal of Clinical Nutrition had invited a few people in their Crystal Ball series to write something so that students and juniors could be helped. And I couldn't think of any attractive name, so I finally said it was Confessions of a Thin Fat Indian, because internationally I am known as the Thin Fat Indian. And what actually I tried to say there is that I am not an epidemiologist, like say Dr. Kumaran. I am not a nutritionist, like many of you may be. I am not a pediatrician, and nor am I an obstetrician. But when you set up a cohort to investigate something in the DOAD field, you need to learn a little bit of all this. And not being an expert has the advantage that you can make horrible statements and get away with it. And then the experts can struggle to try and prove or disprove you. You can enjoy that very much. For me, the story started when actually I was a student. And as a student, I learned in 1971 to 75 from the WHO report, which we thought were actually sacrosanct, which we know are not, but we respected them greatly that time. And that time they said the evidence that malnutrition protects adult populations from diabetes seems unassailable. In other words, they were saying the malnutrition actually protects you against diabetes, reduces the risk, and therefore malnutrition could not be responsible for diabetes. The situation changed in 1980 when the WHO committee wrote that malnutrition is probably a major determinant of diabetes. And this was largely because of research from tropical countries and also because of the fact that the vice chairman of this committee was Professor J.H. Bajaj from All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And they described two subtypes of MRDM. And this was the beginning of my research career in 1980 when I was working in Sassoon Hospital. Subsequently, in a meeting, we modified the term to MMDM, which was malnutrition modulated diabetes, all showing the confusion around. And finally, the WHO IDF decided to withdraw the term because they thought all the cross-sectional associations of diabetes with severely undernourished people in the communities in Orissa and other countries, in other parts of India or tropical countries were just not convincing. And I'm going to try and show you that Pune research, which is based on etiology of diabetes, shows that actually type 2 diabetes, as we see it today, might actually be a new avatar of MRDM. And we have recently written a paper which is waiting to be published, describes the story in the Pune Maternal Nutrition Study. So India is a unique country. On one hand, it is one of the capitals of diabetes. And on the other hand, we are a bigger capital of undernutrition. Both intrauterine measured as low birth weight or under 5, where again undoubtedly we are the world's capital. And this is slightly paradoxical because the Western world considers diabetes as a result of overnutrition. And it's not very easy, so you have to struggle quite a lot. But these two sort of situations, paradoxical, can be actually joined, as indeed it was joined. Okay, sorry, this may not be. Subsequently, I'll show you who joined it. And this actually my original contribution to this sort of double burden was a description of the type 2 diabetes patients in the Sassoon Hospital. And this I had done partly as a student and partly when I came back from England on a 1-month holiday in 1983 to take my father with me back to England. And we measured 200 patients in the Sassoon Hospital, 200 patients in the Oxford Type 2 Diabetes Clinic, where I was being trained. What we found, Indian patients diagnosed at least 10 years earlier. Body mass index, at least 5 units lower in Indian patients. Mid-arm circumference measured with a tape, about 20% lower in the Indian patients. Despite their young age and thinness, they were centrally obese, so they had a higher waist-hip ratio. I had learned to use a skin calipers in Oxford, so I brought one with me and we measured subscapular and tricep skin folds. And subscapular, as you know, is a central skin fold, triceps is peripheral. The ratio was about 20% higher in Indians. So they were more centrally obese as measured by waist hip, and certainly were they centrally adipose. This bar I added much later when I got money to measure body fat as body fat. And what we showed was that when you adjust for BMI, Indians had actually 30% higher adiposity, that is body fat percent. And therefore we said obesity and adiposity are two different things. Obesity as measured by weight divided by height doesn't measure adiposity, at least not directly. And that time we had measured HOMA insulin resistance, which was higher in Indians for a given BMI. All these things are not very easy to sell to the international editors and the populations. So one day when I was sitting on the WHO committee to define the appropriate BMIs for different populations, I had this idea which I was showing in my talks, a picture of mine with John Yudkin, both of whom were principal investigators in a body fat measurement study. And interestingly, what we had said was that the investigator should also undergo the tests which we expect the participants to undergo. I can't do that for pregnancy studies, but I could do it for body composition. And what we found very surprisingly is both of us had same BMI, 22.3. You can see at us and you won't really imagine this. So first lesson for us is that if you want to say something, you need to measure it and you need specific measurements. So for BMI, we said we are both equally obese or not obese, whatever you want to call it, at BMI 22.3. And here I am showing our body fat measured by DEXA machine. So John Yudkin's body fat was 9%. And my body fat percent, these 25 years ago, was 21%. So for same BMI, people belonging to two different populations which have possibly different genetics, as well as very different socio-economic and natural history over last few generations. And this picture has, as you know, become very popular in diabetes and obesity field. But for me, it combined the double burden of malnutrition in an individual through thinness as measured by BMI, but adiposity and insulin resistance as measured by appropriate techniques. And I would again urge your IIPH not to miss some simple measurements, which will give you a lot of information about fetal growth, its body composition, and its long-term risks of different non-communicable disorders and even communicable disorders. And all this was actually brought together in one meeting in 20 minutes when David Barker came to see me in February 1991. And this is the paper which he showed me. It was yet to be published. It got published a few months later. And what he showed in a dramatic thing like Kumaran said, the Hertfordshire study, he showed an inverse association between birth weight and high glucose measured as either impaired glucose tolerance or diabetes and so-called syndrome X, which is now called metabolic syndrome. And you can see here the association is not a threshold association or not an all or none. It's a tonic, graded inverse association. And therefore, you need to really think about this as an important physiological mechanism or pathophysiological mechanism in etiology of diabetes and metabolic syndrome. And he then published his famous thrifty phenotype paper, where he said that type 2 diabetes is the outcome of the fetus and the early infant having to be nutritionally thrifty. And this early new infant came from association of weight at 1 and 2 years, also with the risk of diabetes and obesity. I always joke that in the first visit, I told David Barker about Abhimanyu, who learned how to enter the Chakravyuha while growing in mother's womb. And I also joke by saying that David Barker started believing his theory more firmly when he heard about Abhimanyu's story. So this led to a concept of programming, and an alternative name I have written, teratogenesis. We won't go into it, but teratogenesis in clinical medicine is thought about birth defects. But an American scientist, Norbert Frankel, said even risk of obesity or diabetes in a child because of intrauterine exposures is a form of teratogenesis. You can call it either metabolic teratology, and he also showed about brain, so neurocognitive teratology. And what happens broadly is that everyone tries to grow to its genetic potential while in the mother's womb. And this depends on adequate supply of everything and a good nutrition in the uterus. If that doesn't exist, so if there is some adversity, it restricts the ability and the plasticity of the growing system. And then you become either small, or you become asymmetric, or you distribute your body weight in different tissues differently, and various combinations can happen. And these last lifelong because they are ingrained in your structure and function. And this is what is called programming. Again, you will have an opportunity to do this if you measure appropriate exposures in the in utero. And the windows of vulnerability for such, these are pre and periconceptional period, lactation, so 1000 days concept, and even adolescence. Epigenetics is involved in it. We won't go details, but I'll show you something interesting. And this may have a multi-generational basis. And very attractive thing about it is that this may be reversible. And we have done a trial to see whether it's reversible. Kumaran is doing a trial to see whether it's reversible. So that is the whole, like say, final interest in this, can we reverse it? And this ultimately led to the Doha Concept, which you are all familiar with, developmental origins of health and disease, which begins intergenerationally with maternal own size, her own birth weight, her metabolism, nutrition, and other environmental exposures in the womb. It acts on the genome and epigenome, reflects in fetal growth and development and differentiation. Then you have a birth phenotype, which you can do detailed measurements. So deep phenotyping is essential to understand this. And then continues in the postnatal life. And finally, we measure risk factors, morbidity or mortality. So this is the concept. And if you want to do long-term follow-ups, you will need to take on board these things. Professor Bhargav said this, history is very important. I like this quotation from a Danish philosopher, that life can only be understood backwards. So if you collect longitudinal data, then in future, you will be able to look backwards and understand the things. And then it will allow you to do some things so that you can live forwards, and that might be your interventions. So the Pune maternal nutrition study was set up after we completed the Pune children's study. I'm not going to get into that, but the purpose was to find out what are the determinants of fetal growth in the Indian babies and what is the life course evolution of phenotypes. And again, without going into too many details, in 1993, we went to 6 villages near Pune, did house-to-house survey and recorded 2,675 women on our register who were married but not pregnant. More than 800 of them became pregnant. We studied them intensively 2 to 3 times. Babies were born who were deep phenotyped with anthropometry at birth. And most of the deliveries were at home at that time. So we did it within 72 hours with help of a team of field workers. And then we measured them every 6 months for 18 years. Then subsequently, after 18 years, we measure them every yearly, except during now COVID times. Every 6 years, we do a detailed cardiovascular risk assessment, like Kumaran said in Parthenon study. And the last follow-up was for 24 years, and which was stopped by COVID in February or March 2020. And you can see our follow-up rates are quite impressive, more than 90 to 95%. And again, as Kumaran said, it's basically because of the trust of the population. And we have a biobank. So again, don't forget about biobank. It will help you to immortalize these subjects and their whatever your biobanking, and it will allow you to do research for much longer later on. And these are, I think, I let this go, that 6 villages where they are off the Pune Nagar road in about 30 to 100 kilometers from the hospital. And these are various pictures, like again Kumaran showed. And you can see here, like Caroline Fall here being felicitated by the villagers. David Barker learning from Shobha Rao, how she did the nutritional intake measurements. The classic blue sari girls in our study, who were the ANMs, who went from village to village to collect the data. And very importantly, the village head who gave us the ethics permission. In 1993, there was no ethics committee. There was no ICP, ICH, GCP, etc. officially, but we did take consent from the villagers because of Mrs. Koyaji, who advised us on that, and she had set up the village center. So villagers were quite comfortable to let us in their houses and answer various tricky questions and then come to the center for doing the test. We had a mobile van which had a laboratory and other sort of structures inbuilt, which went every day of the week to the villages and collected data. Nutritional data was collected by Shobha Rao and the colleagues, and we collected sort of kitchen atmosphere, all the indoor pollution indices, etc., etc. And you can see the average woman. I'll describe her in the next slide. Also, consenting. Kumaran mentioned it. It's been quite intensive over period. It has improved in the sense that consenting overall has improved. So initially it used to be verbal and sort of agreements, and starting with the village head, the family head, the teachers in the village, and then finally the participants. And various sort of efforts have gone in this. And as you know, now it has become progressively more and more complicated. Biobank again, I mean, lot of sample collection and archival. No one pays you for this. You have to raise money from different sources. But fortunately now, DBT has started a special task force for this. So you can apply to them. So the mother was on average 42 kg, 1.52 meters and 18.1 BMI to begin the pregnancy. The babies were 2.7 kg, and by using different, like say, international reference points, up to 70% of it may be called SGA. The women were predominantly vegetarian. Their intake of calories and protein was approximately 75% of the recommended allowance, 70% carbohydrate intake. Lower intake of green leafy vegetables, milk and fruit, items which are rich in micronutrients. Very substantial physical activity like you see here. And GDM, by the techniques which were available, or by the cut points which were available at that time, WHO, less than 1%. So they were all undernourished, physically very active, very little glucose intolerance by international criteria. And they produced babies which we described as thin fat babies. Again, I'm not going to get into details of that, but this is the baby born in Pune. This was a baby born in Southampton. So we compared about 700 babies born in Pune with 550 babies born in Southampton. Indian babies were 800 grams lighter, 2.7 versus 3.5 kg. And despite this underweight, Indian babies' subscapular skin fold was almost comparable to the English babies. So that if you were to pair match them for the birth weight, Indian babies had higher subscapular skin fold. And this became a famous thin fat Indian baby. Many people are now challenging it. I don't think they have understood what it was meant. This was an ecological comparison. We have subsequently proved it in many other cohorts. And by actually transporting two of our researchers to England, carrying the same instruments which we were using in Pune, and doing 100 babies measurement in Pune and UK. Also by whole body MRI and cord blood measurements of leptin and other measurements. So it's a firm sort of description. It's a comparative description. You cannot find it if you study this baby alone. That would be a wrong way of looking at it. Then we found that green leafy vegetable, milk, and fruit intake in the mother was related to birth weight of the baby. Higher the frequency of intake, higher the birth weight. Similarly, maternal circulating glucose, cholesterol, triglycerides have been related. It will be too much to show in a one sort of presentation. Therefore, we had a macro as well as a micronutrient association with birth weight. And we concentrated on one carbon metabolism, which was my favorite because of some other studies, to show that homocysteine in the mother predicted lower birth weight. And unlike Western world, that homocysteine did not come from folate deficiency, but from B12 deficiency. And that is the time people started calling me B12 Yadnik in addition to calling me the thin fat Indian. And that B12 has followed us everywhere. Low B12 of mother in pregnancy with high folate, which came from vegetarian diet, and the iron folic acid tablets and the folate tablets, which they received from obstetricians. So this combination of low B12 and high folate predicted higher diabetes risk in the baby by that baby being more adipose and more hyperglycemic or insulin resistant. And now we are doing studies to see how brain development was affected by intrauterine exposure to B12 and folate, and very interesting things are coming out. So vegetarianism was an interesting thing, and your dietary intake obviously should look at this, which I'm sure is part of it. But I have to say that this has been there in India for last 2,500 years. Religion support it. And in an interesting study in Pune, we found higher education, higher income, and better hygiene predict B12 deficiency. It's a very interesting paradoxical finding, but not if you know that B12 is synthesized only by bacteria. Despite this situation, we give a lot of folic acid and folate to the patients, either through food or better socioeconomic status, national programs, whatever they are now called, Iron Plus, etc., and obstetricians using it in large doses, so that we create an imbalance in these two micronutrients, which we know actually might affect baby, at least in observational sense. Come 18 years, and at 18 years, almost half of these children in F1 generation were undernourished or underweight by BMI criteria, 18.5 and below. Only about 5% were overweight obese, so BMI 25 and above. 10% were stunted, but large number had impaired fasting glucose or impaired glucose tolerance, and 2 had diabetes. So altogether, 28% have pre-diabetes at an average BMI of 19. And it's twice as more common in the boys than the girls. And there are very interesting stories about which you'll write, but just remember, follow-up actually tells you amazing things. And here you can see the association of malnutrition with glucose intolerance. And that's why I said currently what we call type 2 diabetes in tropical countries might be the new avatar of malnutrition related diabetes. And the double burden figure which I have drawn for this, we have a lot of information in the life course, and what we showed was that glucose intolerance at 18 years was predicted by short birth length, small head circumference at birth, and by mother being non-overweight or obese. In addition, on the overnutrition side, maternal higher pregnancy glucose, even though it was very much in the normal range by international criteria. Then father's glucose intolerance, and for the male child, adiposity at 18 years. So it's a very interesting association and evolution of glucose intolerance, which combines intrauterine undernutrition and poor growth with exposure to more glucose either from mother or genetically from father for daughters, and being adipose at 18 years. Very interesting, complex model. So again, Doha actually helps us to connect this. So I'm going to tell you that pregnancy is an experience for the two, and that's what you are exactly investigating. But I'm going to tell you an interesting sort of example, which was the picture in David Barker's last published research. He had published this with his daughter Mary Barker in Nature. I think it's there in 2013, the same year where he passed away. And this is a woman pregnant with a female child. I don't know how many of you know that female child has all the 1 million ova in her ovary by about 20 weeks of gestation. So when you are looking at a female pregnancy, you are actually looking at 3 generations: the grandmother, the mother, and the granddaughters. And this actually is a fantastic opportunity to intervene to improve the health of the next generations. And also to understand that when things have gone wrong, fetal programming has actually programmed various non-communicable diseases. The other side of the coin is maternal gestational diabetes or other forms of diabetes. To cut the story short, we have followed up 200 children, and 200 children whose mothers were non-diabetic. Those above 10 years underwent an oral glucose tolerance test. Those below underwent just a capillary glucose measurement. And higher glucose in pregnancy in the mother predicts higher risk of diabetes and pre-diabetes in child right from very early age. This is from 2 years onwards. So higher glucose and higher risk of diabetes and pre-diabetes for those who are above 10 years. So ultimately, it's an interaction in historical sense of undernutrition over generations combined with a relative overnutrition, either because of migration to urban areas, improvement in socioeconomic status, or various other routes, whereby we have a double whammy. And that's why India is perhaps one of the leading or one of the capitals of the world for diabetes, adiposity, coronary artery disease. And then we decided to intervene. This was an intervention within a cohort. We are not at all going to go into details, but just to say that this was a way of giving back to the community what we found as low B12 exposure causing problem. We wanted to improve it. We wanted to do it preconceptionally, so we did it from the adolescent age. And F2 generation will be the beneficiaries of it if our theory is correct. And in this, we of course have to go by the principle ki do no harm. So there are various aspects of this. We won't go into this. And because epigenetic mechanisms are influenced by your interventions. And this might lead a permanent change in the structure and function of the individual. And this indeed we have shown in the cord blood in the B12 intervention trial, whereby we have shown that genes associated with cell cycle regulation and especially mitosis are actually differentially expressed in the babies of mothers who received B12 plus multimicronutrient. And therefore, this is a very exciting result. Proof of principle, how it will show in future, only time can tell. I'm just going to wind up now. He is a famous embryologist from UK, Louis Wolpert. And he said it's not birth, marriage or death, but gastrulation, which is truly the most important time in your life. Those of you who know about fetal development and embryology know that gastrulation is where we add the third layer to the developing embryo. And that is an event where your fate is sealed in a way because of epigenetic reprogramming. And that is the theory behind the programming issue. Public engagement, last year, we actually made this film with Sumitra Bhave, who is unfortunately no more. So my tributes to her for taking this job. And it's a beautiful film available on the KEM Hospital YouTube channel, which describes the importance of natural nutrition and healthy environment and surroundings for a pregnant woman. And finally, to thank all the Kumaran mentioned about Sneha. So that was how Sneha began. Both Kumaran and myself, we were there. Then my unit staff, including my wife Pallavi, the participants, younger age, now the young adults, and the village staff, which made all this possible. So finally, I have to show you the funding partners. Large amount of money actually has come from overseas organizations. Wellcome Trust, MRC, BBSRC, Nestle Foundation, EU, NIH, various ones, and all the Indian organizations, ICMR, DBT, and DST, and India Alliance. So it needs a lot of funds over years, and you will have to run the study without funds between these sort of two funding cycles. So that's my talk. Thank you very much, and very happy to discuss with you either today or in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ajnik. You have so much to share with us. I think because of time constraint, we are not able to give you extra time. You have said that you will speak for 30 minutes, but I feel you required 1 hour to speak about your project, such an interesting project. Thank you very much. Now we have with us Dr. Sara. She is Senior Research Fellow, Public Health Nutritionist with MRC Life Course Epidemiology Unit, Southampton. She is working on nutritional aspect of cohorts and intervention studies, investigating the development origin of chronic disease in India. She's going to talk about the Mumbai Nutrition Project. Dr. Sara, please. Dr. Sara, you can, yeah.
Hi, can you see me and hear me? Okay. Are you able to see me and hear?
Yeah, we can, Sarah.
Okay, can you see my slides?
Yes, they're now in slideshow mode.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much for the opportunity to join you today. It's a really interesting webinar. And thank you also for the kind introduction. So I'm here to share with you some lessons from the Mumbai Maternal Nutrition Project. So I've worked on this project since 2006 as a nutritionist, and I'd like to share a brief summary of the project itself, the methods and results, and then also talk about the challenges we faced and some of the solutions to those challenges. So here you can see there's two photographs here from the Mumbai Maternal Nutrition Project Steering Committee meetings. I'd just like to point out the PIs, who are Caroline Fall and Dr. Ramesh Poddar, and the project managers, Dr. Siraj and Mrs. Meera Gandhi. And I think these photos really illustrate the huge number of people that are involved with developing and running these studies, and the sort of interdisciplinary nature of the research. So we've just been hearing from Dr. Yajnik about the Pune Maternal Nutrition Study. So the Mumbai Maternal Nutrition Project used the findings from the PMNS to develop our hypothesis. So you can see in this figure on the left, we have birth weight on the y-axis and consumption of green leafy vegetables on the x-axis. And women who consumed green leafy vegetables at least once every second day, so sort of 3 or 4 times a week, their babies were approximately 170 grams heavier than those born to women who didn't consume any green leafy vegetables. And we saw similar sort of associations with fruit and with milk products. And these associations were adjusted for various potential confounders, but it was felt that it was important to carry out a randomized controlled trial to investigate these associations further. So our hypothesis was that improving diet quality for at least 3 months before and during pregnancy, using a snack made from green leafy vegetables, fruit and milk, would increase overall birth size, and we would see the greatest effect among underweight women. So why intervene in the preconception period? Obviously, this presents huge challenges logistically. We don't know who's going to get pregnant in the time that we have. And obviously, we need to recruit lots more women than we would if we were recruiting during pregnancy. So this discussion was had, and we weighed the sort of pros and cons up, but it was felt that it was really important to intervene during the preconception period because it's a time when various processes occur, so before pregnancy and during the first trimester. And so improving the women's nutritional status during this time was felt to be important to determine whether there was an impact of improving diet quality on birth weight. So on to the methods. The study was conducted in the Khar, Andheri and Bandra East areas of Mumbai. Several community meetings were held. So you can see here Dr. Siraj is talking to these women about the project. And not only the women, but also other members of the community were invited to join these meetings. It was felt that it was really important that the communities were invested in these projects and that they had an opportunity to contribute to the design of the project, so that they felt some ownership, and would therefore, this would help with developing rapport and the community feeling like they had a stake in the project. So 6,513 women were recruited. These were married, non-pregnant women, and they were individually randomized to the treatment or the control group. And I'll tell you a bit more about that in the next slides. From these women, we collected baseline data on their diet, their standard of living, and we measured their height, weight, and skin fold thicknesses. So the snacks that we gave the women as the study intervention, the treatment snacks contained green leafy vegetables, fruit, and milk, as I mentioned before. And the control snacks contain foods of low micronutrient content, such as potato or tapioca. And we had a project kitchen where the snacks were prepared on a daily basis by project staff. And the aim was to try and make the snacks look similar between the control and the treatment groups. Obviously, this was challenging because the ingredients weren't the same, and I'll talk a bit more about that a bit later. The treatment snacks, we had those analysed for nutrient content, and they contained 25% of recommended daily intake for these nutrients. We cooked the snacks in the project kitchen, as I mentioned, and they were packaged and transported on a daily basis to approximately 60 centres within the communities where the women would come to the centres on a daily basis, 6 days a week, and consume the snacks together. They would be asked about their last menstrual period on a weekly basis. I know Dr. Unisa was talking about this earlier, the challenge of trying to identify pregnancies. So yeah, these women were asked about their LNP, and pregnancy was confirmed with a urine test where it was suspected. If the women didn't come to the centres for whatever reason for some time, we would go and visit them. The project team would visit them in their homes and ask them about their LNP. So a total of 2,290 women became pregnant. And during pregnancy, ultrasound measurements were made by our own ultrasonographer who measured all of the women on the project. We also took blood samples to assess nutrient status and gestational diabetes. And we also measured their diets during pregnancy using a food frequency questionnaire. 1,962 births occurred in the project, in a total of 140 hospitals. So you can imagine the challenge of for our project teams of measuring those babies, and I'll talk a bit more about that later as well. Our aim was to measure the babies as soon as possible, but we tried to ensure they were measured within 72 hours. So just a summary of the results. Oh, sorry, I just see that somebody can't hear me very well. I do apologise for that. I hope it's loud enough now. I'll try to speak louder and more clearly. So in the results, the birth weight is here on the y-axis. All of the women in the study, the effect size is shown here on the left-hand side. So the difference between the control group and the treatment group in terms of birth weight among all of the women was 48 grams. When we looked at this by thirds of BMI, so here on the x-axis we divided the women into 3 groups based on their BMI. We saw that among the women who were in the top group for BMI and had a BMI of over 21.8, the difference between the control group and the treatment group there was 113 grams. And these results are all reported in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition. Lead author, Dr. Portar. So the strengths of the study are that the women were individually randomized rather than cluster randomized, which gave us greater power to detect an effect. We observed the women eating the snacks, so we knew for sure that they were consuming them rather than maybe sharing with their families or some such. We monitored their menstrual cycle, and we also used ultrasound to date the pregnancies. One extremely important strength was that we recruited community health workers who engaged with the women throughout the study. So if a woman was not coming to eat, a community health worker would go and visit her to discuss this and try to find a way to make it easier for her to come if that's what she wanted to do. So the limitations of the study are that we recruited women from a very mobile community. So this led to quite a high loss to follow-up. And because we used a food-based intervention, it was not possible to fully blind our study. And just to tell you that we have been following up the children since they were born. Every 1, 3, 6 and 12 months, we measured, we used anthropometry and collected data on their feeding and illness. And we also collected a large amount of data when the children were 5 to 6 years on the variables you can see here, and these will be reported soon. So on to the challenges. As we've sort of been hearing this morning, there are lots of challenges associated with this type of research. And I think it's important to have a group, a steering group, who can discuss these challenges and try to find solutions together. And this can ideally involve members of the community who are going to be the participants in the study. So one thing we found with the preconception intervention was that the fertility rate was lower than we predicted. And this meant that we had to carry out the study over a longer period than we envisaged, had to have a larger sample size of women who were not pregnant initially, which took more resource and more time for us to do. Thankfully, we were able to obtain the funds to do this, but I think it's worth having this as a contingency when you design your study. On to the second challenge, blinding of food interventions in individually randomized studies is challenging because the women are eating the snacks together, so the control group and the treatment group can see each other and they can see what the other one is consuming. We tried to create a bit more of an element of blinding by having 2 control colours. So the control colours were yellow and green, and the treatment colours were red and blue, just to try and help with some element of blinding, but we accept that this wasn't perfect. So again, it's something to really discuss with your steering committees. Adherence to the protocol. So we were asking women to come to a centre every day, sometimes for more than a year. So they were consuming snacks for 3 months before pregnancy at least, and then all the way through pregnancy. So this was maybe a year, maybe 2 years that they were coming to a centre every day. So we, in order to sort of prevent their monotony with the snacks, we continually created new recipes to try and make them more interesting. We did lots of acceptability studies with the community to make sure that they liked the snacks and they found them tasty. And we also recorded adherence quite closely, very closely, in order to understand how many of the women were actually consuming the snacks and try and understand if there were any particular groups of women who were not coming. For example, younger women or women who were working or any other sort of reason for not taking part, so that we could then try and identify solutions to encourage those women to come. And again, I can't stress the importance of the community health workers' role in engaging with the women and making sure that they were willing to participate and that they carried on with all of the follow-up that we were asking from them. So next challenge was collecting the birth weight data from women, especially those who returned to their native village And also the fact that there were so many hospitals in Mumbai that we had to go in to collect data from. So in terms of the villages, we made sure that we identified that women were going to go back to their village, and we tried to find a way to at least get the birth weight measured by a health worker in the village. And also we then weighed and measured the baby as soon as they returned to Mumbai. In terms of the hospitals, we developed rapport with the hospitals prior to the study to ensure that they knew our team, so that when the paediatrician went to go and make the measurements, that they had access to the families. And finally, loss to follow up in transient communities is a real challenge. Again, we found that engaging with the community prior to the study, so that they felt they had ownership and they were able to input into the study design, this helped to create a rapport with the community, so that they felt that this was something important that they wanted to be involved with over time, over a long period of time. We also collected contact details of all family members, and we kept in touch with them frequently, regardless of whether we were collecting data. We would just contact them periodically to keep in touch. And of course, developing a rapport with the families was really key as well. So just like to say thank you very much to all of the women and their families who took part in the study, to the Centre for Study of Social Change, where the study was run by Dr. Ramesh Potdar and his team, and all of the collaborators and funders that you can see here. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for giving us the history of your survey, as well intervention, as well as challenges. Thank you very much. I liked your challenges part very much, because we are going to face the same thing when we will start the study. Thank you once again. Dr. Nadia was supposed to join us, but unfortunately she is not able to join today. Maybe the different political and all other situations are. Yeah, can you hear me? Oh, thank God, thank God. Nadia, you are there? Can you listen to me?
Yes, I am. I've been there for an hour now.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you this thing. Okay. Okay, please go ahead. You will be the last presenter in this session. Okay.
All right.
Please.
Sure.
Yeah.
Can I share my screen now?
Yes. Avinash, please make her presenter. Sarah, you can come out. Sarah, you can. Yeah. Nadia will start.
All right. Thank you. All right. So thank you so much for including me in this workshop. I'm really honored to be here. And greetings from Pakistan. So very good afternoon. So I'm going to, I hope you can see my screen now.
PowerPoint presentation, this thing mode. Yeah, we can see your this thing.
All right. And you can hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, great. So I'm going to talk about what it took for us in Karachi to establish a maternal and child health and demographic surveillance system. And this we did in a peri-urban community in Karachi, Pakistan. And so like the slide shows, and as Dr. Anisa mentioned, my name is Nadia Ansari, and I'm a research manager here at the Department of Pediatrics and Child Health at the Al University, Karachi. So just to walk you through where we are, I'm located in Karachi, which is the largest city of Pakistan, also the commercial and industrial hub or the at the principal port city of Pakistan. We are home to about 16.6 million people, and we're located on the coast of the Arabian Sea in the province of Sindh. The city is one of the most populous, densely populated, rather, cities in the world. And we're administratively divided into 6 districts, of which one is the District East, where I'm speaking from right now, where the Aga Khan University is located, and the District Korangi, where our study sites are located, where I just walk you through them after a couple of minutes. So as I mentioned, the AKU is located in the District East of Karachi. We are one of the leading private universities in Pakistan committed to excellence in teaching standards, research, as well as healthcare provision. And we have been accredited by the JCIA for achieving the highest international standards. The Department of Pediatrics and Child Health at the Aga Khan University is also committed to these same international standards and excellence standards as the AKUH follows. We have several outreach and research programs, and we have them in 10 sites around Pakistan, including 4 in Karachi. The department boasts of the largest research portfolio in the university. We have several extramural grants from international agencies like Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, UNICEF, Save the Children, USAID. We work in close collaboration with the World Health Organization, Gavi, the Vaccination Alliance, as well as the Wellcome Trust and other reputable universities. We have the department established a nutritional research laboratory, as well as a biosafety level 2 laboratory, which is called the Infectious Disease Research Laboratory, as part of the overreaching research program. So to walk you through how it all started, we basically first identified a few locations in Karachi, and we established what is called the Karachi Health and Demographic Surveillance System. This was established in 2003, and the premise behind this was to provide a research platform for both observational and interventional studies that could influence decision-making for health strategies at both local as well as international levels, and promote research training opportunities for students and for young researchers. For this purpose, we identified 4 sites, and we are still working in these sites. There are 3 coastal villages of Ibrahim Hedri, Ali Akbar Shah, and Rary Goat. These are basically fishing communities, so their livelihood is fishing, and they also are adjoining the one of the larger industrial areas of Karachi. So some people along the periphery of these areas are also men working, or families rather, of people working in those factories. The 4th area that we have is a peri-urban area. It's called the Bhans Colony, and as the name implicates, basically people are engaged in livestock rearing. So they are somewhat better as far as the socioeconomic status is concerned and other demographic health indicators are concerned than those living in the other 3 areas. So this is like a comparison slide to show you the population that we're dealing with. So the baseline survey that was conducted in 2010, the population at that time in these 4 areas was 302,944, with females constituting about 51% of the total population of those areas. And the women who basically form our target population, that is the women of reproductive age group between the ages of 15 and 49, they make about 25% of the population. 13.5% of the population is primarily made up of children who are under 5 years of age. So it's a fairly densely populated area. We have something like 15,147 people living per square kilometers. And the crude birth rate is quite high as well. However, lower than that of reported by the Pakistan Demographic and Health Survey. So PDHS, as it is called for short, according to that, the crude birth rate per 1,000 population for Pakistan is about 29, whereas for our population is 25.2. The neonatal mortality rate, our area is slightly, fortunately, less than Pakistan. So Pakistan is amongst the highest neonatal mortality rates in the world. We are at 39.5 in our study area. And the rate of stillbirths per 1,000 births is 30.3 compared to 47 for the rest of the country. However, that aside, the under-mortality rate per 1,000 live births is slightly higher than the PDHS reports, and the maternal mortality rate is also quite high in our area as compared to that which has been reported by the WHO for Pakistan of 260 per 100,000 live births. So moving on, when we started this particular surveillance system, it was basically, like I have said before, to improve the maternal and child health in the areas, in the population. And so what we started to do was we basically set up a surveillance system whereby once in 2 months rather, our teams visit all the women in the area. So the first sweep that we did was basically to identify all the women who are in the reproductive age group. And then out of that, when we do these bi-monthly visits, we identify the women who are in the earlier stages of pregnancy. And the point of that is that we then follow these women up very closely. At least 4 antenatal visits are done before the outcome. And then we ascertain the outcome, the newborns are identified and assessed. The newborns are followed up by the CHWs. And during these antenatal visits, the women are trained or taught how to recognize the danger signs. And so whenever such danger signs are observed, either by the CHWs or reported by the mothers, they are at once referred to the primary healthcare center that we have established in all of these areas. So all of the areas that I talked to you about, all of them have a primary healthcare center that the AKU Department of Pediatrics established in the area, and they provide healthcare services and basic healthcare needs to the population of those areas. So these CHWs then refer them either to the PHCs, where they are shown to the doctors in the PHCs, and if required, further referral to higher tertiary care centers are made. So this system, like I mentioned earlier, provided a platform to conduct observational and interventional studies. And so some of the studies that came out of this could be basically grouped into 3. One is the neonatal sepsis studies. So we did a large amount of trials for neonatal sepsis. Polio vaccine trials were carried out in this area. And then the Amani study was established, and with the ultimate establishment of the Amani ACT Biobank. And that is something I will talk to you about in just a little while. So first, I will talk to you about all the sepsis, the studies on sepsis, neonatal sepsis and newborn sepsis that were conducted in these areas. We were part of a large multi-country trial of 7 sites, 3 from South Asia, 2 from Africa, and 1 from South America. The aim of this study was to develop a simplified algorithm to provide the healthcare workers with the identification, with a kind of an algorithm for identification of sick young infants, so that they could be promptly referred and treated in resource-poor settings. The Pakistan site enrolled about 8,889 young infants from birth to 59 days. And the impact that this study made was very broad. The outcome of the results from this study led to the formulation of the WHO 7-sign algorithm for detection of possible serious bacterial infections, called the PSBI in short, in young infants, and was subsequently incorporated into the Integrated Management of Childhood Illnesses, the IMCI program in Pakistan, and is still in use to date. The other study that was done was the Global Enteric Multi-Center Study, which was the GEM study. This was coordinated by the University of Maryland, And it was one of the largest studies ever conducted on diarrheal diseases in developing countries. It was a case control study, and it enrolled more than 20,000 children from 7 high burden countries, including countries from Pakistan, from Asia and Africa. The key finding from this study was that rotavirus, which is a vaccine preventable virus, was the major pathogen causing diarrheal diseases among infants and newborns. And the impact of that was that it accelerated the introduction of rotavirus vaccine in Pakistan's expanded program of immunization, and as well as accelerated global efforts to develop vaccines against other bacterial pathogens that cause diarrhea, including Shigella. The results of the study was published in The Lancet, and I have provided the reference for that in my slide. The third was a randomized controlled trial of amoxicillin for the treatment of pneumonia in Pakistan. It's called the RETAP trial for short. This was published in NEJM, and it showed that procaine penicillin gentamicin combination is the most cost-effective route to treat bacterial infection amongst newborn in resource-constrained settings. So this was a home-brewed study, and we're very proud that it was published in the New England Journal of Medicine. Sorry. The simplified antibiotic therapy treatment, the SAT trial. This is a randomized control open label trial in young infants who have been clinically diagnosed with sepsis. And again, I'm not going to go into too many details. It's already there in the slide, but basically the findings were that the treatment failure rate was basically evaluated across the 3 regimens of antibiotics that were given to sick young children. And the findings from this was incorporated in the WHO guidelines for management of young infants with CSI. And it was that the IM gentamicin given once a day and oral amoxicillin twice a day for 7 days is a treatment of choice when it comes to severe infection, children with severe infection. The MAT trial is a randomized double-blinded placebo equivalence trial, which was conducted in Pakistan, and the primary outcome was treatment failure by evaluation of hypoxia, organ failure, anaphylaxis, or hospitalization after treatment. And we found that amoxicillin treatment regimen was far more effective than the placebo, with a risk difference of 3.1. We did several polio vaccine trials, including the one in which I have on my screen right now, which basically was about the immunogenicity of poliovirus vaccines in chronically malnourished infants. This was a randomized controlled trial, and it showed that infants who were given the bivalent oral poliovirus vaccines, along with the inactivated poliovirus vaccines, they are able to close the immunity gap more effectively than those who are given the bivalent oral poliovirus vaccine alone. This is very important. These are very important findings for Pakistan because polio is still endemic here in this country, and so it served as a very important, trendsetter for countries who also are struggling with the same epidemic. The Alliance for Maternal and Newborn Health Improvement, the Amani Study. This started in 2012 and is still ongoing. We are currently doing analysis to determine the burden, timing, and causes of stillbirths, neonatal and maternal deaths as part of the Multi-Center Alliance for Maternal and Newborn Health Improvement Study. We're also conducting analysis to determine the burden of major maternal morbidities as part of this study. We're also doing analysis to find out simplified methods for determination of gestational age by using a combination of physical and neurodevelopmental parameters. Also, as part of this study, we established a biorepository of maternal, newborn, and paternal samples collected at various time points during and after pregnancy. As an expansion of this project and basically building upon this cohort, we also started a study last November after the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we are studying the effects of COVID-19 infection on the health of mother and children. So to walk you through the Amani study started with one objective, and that was to determine the burden, timing, and causes of maternal deaths, stillbirths, and neonatal deaths. Later on, another objective was added to it, and that was to determine the burden of severe acute maternal morbidity, the care received, and their association with stillbirths, prematurity, intrauterine growth restriction, and neonatal mortality. It was also felt that we should identify a feasible method for accurate measurement of gestational age and use it to quantify the risk of neonatal mortality, as well as quantify the risk for various maternal morbidities by gestational age. And that was the foundation for Objective 3. Later on, we added the Objective 4, and that was keeping in mind the cutting-edge technology that was becoming widely available in the developed countries, and also started being used in developing countries, particularly in Africa, and that was to create biobank, a biorepository of various samples. So the objective here was to test hypothesized biological markers as predictors of important maternal and fetal outcomes, and use this opportunity to establish a repository of biological samples for testing new hypotheses, methods, as the technologies became available. So to walk you through again, through the Amani studies as they happened, or the Amani objectives as they unfolded rather, we started in November 2012. 11 sites from 9 countries participated in the Objective 1. From this, we got to know that the high maternal mortality ratio existed in all of the participating countries. This was greater than that of the previous WHO estimates. Accounting for almost half of the maternal deaths was postpartum hypertension, pregnancy-induced hypertension, and puerperal sepsis. Perinatal asphyxia was marked as the leading killer of neonates, followed by neonatal infections and preterm births. And we found that 63% of stillbirths were of unknown etiology. So the Objective 2 was added. 9 sites participated in it from 2013 to 2015. Objective 3, as I had mentioned, for the measurement of gestational age, this was from 2013 to 2016, and 5 sites participated from Asia and Africa. Objective 4 was added in August 2014 and ran till 2016, and that was basically collection of biosamples as part of the biorepository. And then the Amani study was basically extended because the Amani study was recruited women who were pregnant and also recruited their children who were newborn, born out of these pregnancies. It was a good opportunity to follow the children up for their neurodevelopment and for their motor development. And so the All Children Thrive study came into existence in August 2014. And it basically, the data collection lasted till July 31st of this year. So we've just recently concluded the ACT study. And so the basic objective for this study and the basic aim for this was to follow up on the cohort of these babies who were born to the women enrolled in the Amani study, and to assess their growth and development up to 36 months of age. So for this particular objective, or this particular study, the Amani ACT study, we had 3 sites that were participating, including Karachi, Sylhet in Bangladesh, and Pemba in Tanzania. And then, of course, I'll walk you now through the details of the biobank study. And so the Amani Biobank study was set up to collect detailed epidemiological and biological data. The reason were manifold. Sub-Saharan African and South Asian countries, we know, have amongst the highest proportion of maternal deaths as well as early childhood deaths. Evidence from high-income countries suggested that the biobanks provide a sustained platform with the infrastructure for research and discovery of biological mechanisms that can potentially provide us clues about these causes of death. And so the Amani cohort basically served as a very good platform to establish a biobank, because we had a very good characterized cohort of pregnant women and their children. And so, and harmonized protocols were also used to enroll these women and to follow them up. And so it provided a very good opportunity to learn more. To learn what was basically biological markers that serve as predictors of important maternal and fetal outcomes. And so the Amani biorepository study aimed to conduct case-control studies to identify biomarkers that can predict preeclampsia and eclampsia, preterm births, IUGR, and stillbirths, to replicate the role of genetic variants that have been identified in the high-income countries as important determinants of these outcomes, as well as to evaluate the validity of the most commonly proposed existing biochemical, nutritional, and inflammatory markers in serum, plasma, and urine, which have been identified elsewhere. And also to facilitate future discoveries in maternal, neonatal, and fetal health as new and more feasible technology and methods become available. And so a biobank like which stores these biological samples and maintains these samples in a harmonized manner was very much needed across the developing countries. And so this particular study went a long way to show that even developing countries can make use of cutting edge technology and establish such a high value bank or repository for future studies. So the Amani ACT study flow and biological sample collection worked in the way that women were identified when they were less than 20 weeks pregnant. And then blood and urine samples were collected on the ANC visits during the antenatal care visits. Placenta, maternal stool were collected at childbirth. And then maternal blood, urine, and paternal newborn saliva were collected on the first postnatal visit. That was after 60 days. And then infant blood stool was collected at 12 months. Now, all of these have been stored in the biobank. And this biobank under very controlled conditions. We also have an entire management system that caters to just this particular repository. Coming back to the ACT study, we have, as I mentioned, we followed children from birth to 36 months of age for their outcomes. And these outcomes were assessed for both neurodevelopment as well as gross motor development and anthropometric milestones. So at 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 24, and then 36 months, all these children were assessed. Their anthropometric measurements were made, which included height, weight, mid-upper arm circumference, as well as head circumference. We also noted the WHO milestones, the WHO gross motor milestones. We also administered various tools to assess maternal depression, maternal child well-being, as well as neurodevelopment. This was assessed through tools like WOKES, Babies, ECVT, and PSI, as well as HOME, which was then the data was collected and is now being analyzed and compared across the participating sites. Now, another study that was basically, that's an offshoot of the Amani Biobank is the MOMI study, which is the multiomics for mothers and infants. Now, this study was basically done to perform comprehensive genomic, metabolomic, transcriptomic, and proteomic analysis to identify new biology that informs novel preventive, diagnostic, and therapeutic approaches. And to also create a kind of a developmental clock for more accurate information of fetal status during pregnancy than is determined by using current methods of gestational age assessment, as well as to risk stratify pregnancies in at-risk newborns so that they can be stratified into optimal prevention and treatment protocols. We were fortunate to partner with the Stanford University as well as Global Alliance for Preterm Prevention and the Amani Consortium for carrying out this particular study. We're also collaborating with the March of Dimes Research Center at the Stanford University, as well as the Cincinnati Children's Hospital, and also collaborating with the University of Iowa for estimating gestational age using metabolic biomarkers measured through cord and neonatal blood specimens. So what were some of the challenges that we faced on the field and what we did to overcome them? The challenges were several. One of which was the fact that we did this study in an urban setting, and at that time when the study and the surveillance started, Karachi had a very volatile law and order situation. So a lot of the challenges faced were basically specific to Karachi itself, with the way the law and order situation prevailed in that during that time. And so there was a lot of insecurity as well. There were frequent unrest conditions in the city. And we also, because these locations are peri-urban, so they're wide, the health facilities are far and wide. They're not very easily available to the population. And so we missed out on a lot of opportunities to take our study participants to those places in time. Also, our early newborn assessment was to be made within 72 hours of birth. However, in our traditional society, women tend to, particularly for their very first delivery, tend to go either to their ancestral homes or their parents' homes. And so they were not even available to make those assessments within that window period. Then, of course, we had the issue of sick newborns and refusals, a very high rate of refusals sometimes. To counter these particular challenges, we worked on holidays to make sure that we met our enrollment targets. We strengthened the married women and newborn surveillance by more frequent visits. We ensured that the place of birth was within the study setting. So we set up, we spoke to some of the local hospitals and the maternity clinics, and we collaborated with them so that our participants or the women from our area were easily facilitated and transported to these hospitals and facilities for their delivery, as well as to take care of any sick newborns. The CHWs visited more frequently when the outcomes were identified, and were able to conduct examination of the baby and refer them quickly, as well as we provided them counseling and incentives. And all of this encouraged better enrollment as well as better outcomes for the study population. Now, to just walk you through the latest in Amani study, and that is the latest COVID Amani study, as it is called. It started from November 2021, and is still recruiting, is still collecting data. Basically, this was, it was thought that because this Amani platform provides a groundwork and provides a rich cohort of women and children, it would be very good to study the effects of COVID-19, because early on in the pandemic, the disease was treated more of a disease of the elderly, and the effects on children and women were greatly unknown. So we basically wanted to assess the prevalence of, determine the prevalence and incidence of COVID-19 in this population amongst women and children, as well as study some of the risk factors that are associated with seropositivity, as well as study the effects of infection, subsequent infection, the factors that were responsible for subsequent infection amongst this population, and also to study the indirect effects of COVID-19 pandemic on the health-seeking behavior amongst women and that the impact on the children. So for instance, we noted that immunization coverage and vaccination coverage had fallen during this phase. So this study will go a long way to establish if that really happened and what were some of the factors that led to it. So basically, it's a cohort study which is being conducted in the same sites as we're participating in the ACT study, and that's Bangladesh, Pakistan, Tanzania. There are about 10,000 women and 9,574 children that are participating in it. We are looking for evidence of SARS-CoV-2 infection through collection of serum samples and checking the antibody tests on them, as well as to we are also doing a weekly morbidity surveillance in order to assess some of the signs and symptoms of COVID-19. So just quickly running you through the lessons that we have learned from the field. We think it's very essential to build rapport and trust within the community when you're establishing a cohort and also during data collection. It's very important to establish a liaison with the local community and religious leaders, including minorities. It's good to have some written permissions. That's what we did. We had some written permission from religious leaders, like religious decrees, and local authorities. And also we keep a very simple way of keeping touch if there is, because in some cohort studies there are longer follow-up intervals. And so by sending them postcards or greetings on holidays and public holidays, we were able to establish that rapport, the rapport with them. Resources and capacity building within the field. So it's good to have a presence within the community. We established very early on a primary healthcare center in every site. And so we also use that primary healthcare center to coordinate all our field activities. As well, we also established a lab there. Some of the other things that can be done is to have regular health camps, as well as vaccination drives. We also hired from within the community. The staff that we use for data collection are hired from within the community. So that also helps to establish a rapport and trust from and keep the community engaged. Also, community mobilizers are hired from within the community, and they also visit the participants frequently, get to know their problems, and convey them to us. We also found that informing the community of major findings from the study, especially if they've resulted in significant policy or pragmatic changes, and acknowledging their contribution further builds up the trust within the community and keeps them engaged. Use of technology is of essence when we want to ensure data quality. Creation of dashboards keeps track of visits, discourages irregularities, and also makes for time management and easy coordination of the field activities. So to end my talk, I will acknowledge all the research administrative staff and their families really of the Department of Pediatrics and Child Health, and some of our international collaborators like the WHO, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, amongst others. So I thank you very much for your time and your patience. And it's over to you, Dr. Anisa.
Thank you, Dr. Ansari, for sharing your experience as well as talking about so many studies, not only one. I was thinking about one study, but you have elaborated and given a lot of studies which will be helpful for us. Not only you and all other speakers have also shared more than one study. Now I request Dr. Vani to moderate discussion session. And before that, I also request all the panel members, those who were there in the first session, to start their video. So we want to have one picture of all the speakers in this session. Dr. Kumaran, Dr. Yajnik, Dr. Sara, Dr. Bhargava Saab, and all other things. Yajnik is there. Yeah. So I'm keeping you waiting till 5 o'clock. I'm sorry for this thing, but there are so many good things to learn from you. Okay, Vani, please take over and Vani? Yeah, so Priti, you can take the picture of all the people. Is it possible?
Yes, ma'am, I have taken.
You have taken? Okay, Vani, please start this thing. And Dr. Vani is from UNICEF Delhi office. And I request her to moderate the thing. And we do not have many questions, but people can contact all our experts if they have any question, additional question, or they wanted to ask about their longitudinal studies, they can feel free and talk to them also. Okay, afterwards also you can write mail and all other things. Vani, please. Dr. Vani. Some problem is there with Vani. There are 2-3 questions. One
Not
is
in
about
the panelist, maybe.
She had shifted or something happened to her. Okay, no problem. There was one question about
Yes.
how
Left in between. Maybe we are putting.
वो
She has
attending
left
में
in
चले
between. Now
गए.
you are putting her in the panelist. You are putting
Okay,
the
okay.
panelist.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you. I was thinking where is Vani? Okay, please go
Vani is
ahead.
nowhere. Vani is always there. Good
Okay, please,
afternoon,
Vani.
everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, start your video also so people can see you.
All right, just a minute. Am I audible? Am I visible?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it's such a pleasure to be here. I have been bothering everyone. I think right from Kumaran sir to Yajnik sir to Bhargav sir, and finally I see this happening and this happening under the leadership of a government institution, which traditionally is known for large-scale surveys, till we forced Unisa ma'am to do impact evaluations, and then we forced her to do cohort studies. I really see this as a new way in which we will develop an institutional hub within IIPS for nutrition surveillance, where practice researchers, buddy mentors who've been part of the SNEHA group can come together to nurture both talent, data, provide buddy mentorship for program people to nest longitudinal studies and at the same time do quality work. So congratulations to each one. We have only 3 questions. I think the first one I'll direct to Yajnik sir. Sir, there is a question which has come from Kajori Banerjee, and where she's asking that while planning a sensitive cohort studies like these, attrition is very high, and how do you deal with that? And at the same time, how do we ensure that the internal validity of the experiment remains without deviating from the testing effects? Would like to seek your advice to answer these.
Okay, so one is to actually maintain a high follow-up rate. That's what she's asking. So attrition. And second is internal, whatever. I mean, it was slightly complicated for me. But attrition rate, I think we managed to have very high follow-up rates, mainly because the KEM hospital and especially Mrs. Koyaji was very well known to the community. So they had a faith in us, and all our field workers, 10 of them, were actually local village residents. So 4 male social workers and 6 ANMs all belong to the village. So they were on everyday sort of contact terms with the subjects. And therefore, even with about 15 to 20% migration, we have been able to maintain a high follow-up rate. So primarily, I would say it is the credibility of the hospital and belief of the villagers that we are doing something for their good. Secondly, local village field staff who were in everyday contact knew the families, and therefore participants are comfortable in dealing with them. So our follow-up rates, as I mentioned, are many times above 95%. Second one is, again, can you ask the second question again? I'll just frame my answer.
She has asked about internal validity in testing methods.
Internal validity. So are you asking about quality control of measurements?
I think so, because it's mentioned, how do we ensure internal validity of the experiments devoid of testing effects?
Yeah, so basically what we are saying is for anthropometry, we are saying the readings are reliable independent of the observer. For this, we had intensive training sessions, then inter-observer studies at regular intervals, and clearly we were never able to get rid of the observer effect completely, but repeated training, the observers understanding the importance of the quality of the measurement, and helped us to keep it as independent of observers as possible in a field study where the field workers are not graduates or postgraduates or doctors. The ANMs are all 10th standard pass. The social workers are, of course, graduates. And I think that is the reason the inter-observer studies and trying to reinforce the training. For laboratory measurements, I think it has evolved over a period of time. And we had expert individuals who actually were very meticulous about the SOPs of sample collection, transport, separation, measurements, and storage. So we have now this biobank going back 20 years, 25 years for this project. And we have recently actually measured some of the analytes after 20 years of storage in one study, and found that our loss of the protein sort of measurements were very easily comparable to the internationally recognized loss at minus 80 degrees centigrade. So I think again, careful attention. And I think when I started, I hardly had any experience in this. It all came from experience. Today, the science is much more advanced, and there are many guidelines for biobank as well as other quality control programs. So that's what I can say.
Thank you, sir. My second question, which has come, so ma'am, I'll take only 3 questions. The second one is for Dr. Kumaran. Dr. Kumaran, in your data, and that's a question which I had actually, that your data on changes of diet, patterns of binge, snacking, and physical activity, do you have information around those, and do you collect that? And why I ask this is that there are certain things you can integrate well as nudges into ongoing programs that are looking at overall undernutrition, but may cause more harm given the messaging, and those can be integrated as nudges. So we would like to know from you whether you have that kind of information, and do you feed that back to the government program?
So we do collect information on diet. So we've been collecting dietary information in the form of 24-hour recalls and food frequency questionnaires. And these food frequency questionnaires have been developed and validated for use in our local populations. And Sarah has also been very closely involved with those. So we have food frequency questionnaires for Mysore, which and then something that's applicable to the Mumbai population, the Pune population, etc. So we do collect dietary information, both 24-hour recall and food frequency questionnaires. More recently, we've also started collecting dietary diversity data, and we collect them serially at the times of follow-up. So yes, so for example, if I take the Parthenon cohort, we've got detailed dietary information now at 5 years, 9 years, 13 years, and 20 years. But in terms of feeding them back into programs, I don't think we have had an opportunity to do that.
I think probably those could be the areas of our linkages with your work. We have just tried to work on a new way of programs to address perinatal mental health and nutrition programs. But we work in large-scale programs, and we often look for advice and simplified checklists, which can be used for nesting within programs. And that brings me to the next question to Nadia. Nadia, we were so impressed by so many studies that you presented, and one common thread of those was the taking opportunities as they go to integrate questions within the cohort, nest evaluations within surveillance systems. So we would like to take some information from you on how you have integrated perinatal mental health in your work, and whether Pakistan is also facing challenges on and how Pakistan is moving into double duty actions using the data that you all are collecting in this surveillance system.
Right, very good questions. Thank you so much. So as far as the perinatal mental health of the women are concerned, we have certain tools that we administer at baseline, that is at the time that the women are enrolled into the study. We also administer the same tool at regular intervals. So at 3-month intervals is when we administer the tool, and that is called the PHQ-9. We also use the paternal stress index that we use after the child is about 3 months of age, and we continue to use that as the child goes up to 24 months of age. So that is to assess the maternal health, maternal mental health. Your second question is about using data, and the data that is being analyzed through these studies are being shared at both local levels as well as the international levels. So it's being shared with WHO, and as I pointed out, several of our studies have already made their impact as far as the changes in policy and programs are concerned. So of course, we are planning to actually incorporate this mental health component in the CHW program, for instance, and let's see how and when that would be established.
Thanks, Nadia. My second last question, Bhargav sir is there, and Bhargav sir, we would like to take advantage of you being here. Bhargav sir, we are supporting several states in maternal nutrition programs, and IAPS is our evaluation partner, also doing cross-sectional surveys as and when needed or rapid assessments. What we would like your advice is that suppose you have to integrate some specific questions which can be inbuilt into program monitoring, which can become the case of for longitudinal data collection. One, are such checklists validated and available? B, what kind of buddy mentor support is available, which can be then extended to the state governments so that they can do this on a routine basis, and this database is then available for feeding back into the programs. Over. So that's for Dr. Bhargav.
Sorry, Vani.
Is Dr. Bhargav there, or should we redirect the question? Sarah, can you answer? Because you're providing support.
Sarah, you can answer.
Vani, can you repeat your question?
Oh, sir, you're there. Okay. What kind of simplified checklists are available which can be inbuilt into government monitoring and for validation and quality check use of existing longitudinal data which the government is collecting? Has the group or you been have developed such checklists? One. B is what kind of buddy mentor support is available for local academic institutions, IIPS, or practice groups where your group can then support integration of some simplified checklists so that this data can come from more states than and beyond the ones that the group is doing. For example, the IIPS study which ma'am presented today was ideally supposed to be done in Bihar, if you recall 2.5, 3 years back when we had discussed, because from such states you have no cohort studies that are available. But again, because of constraints and etc. and COVID struck, the location and things, Sunisa ma'am had to push to Mumbai. So how can local universities that are already supporting the government in routine monitoring, tele-surveys, start gathering some set of indicators with quality so that which when combined through face-to-face can help get you some longitudinal data of quality so that we build a more broader critical mass of people doing this work? And are there any such tools and support system that is available?
Vani, this is a very long question. I think it will need to be discussed with two people, rather with Dr. Sadev, who has been our main data, dealing with data analysis. But I also noticed my internet is not very stable. So your voice was very much breaking, and therefore I was not able to get the full question. So if you write to me sometimes, maybe we can share this, all the participants, your question and my reply to it.
Absolutely. I think that should be it. Sarah, any perspectives from your end?
Much better way of doing it. If Sarah can answer it, fine. But I feel it would be much better to share this on an email basis, because then one can answer it in a much better way.
And we are also trying to hold small meetings with different groups, so learn from them separately. This platform was used for everybody, but when we thought we will also have separate meetings with each investigator from different sites to discuss about the issues. Okay,
thank you, Anisa ma'am. I will close the moderation for the questions that came in. These were the only questions that came in, and I added one from my end. I hand over the session back to you for the next set of presenters.
Yeah, thank you all the speakers, and I'm very grateful to all of you for accepting invitation with such a short notice, coming and presenting your studies. And my students and my colleague must have learned a lot about the cohort studies, and it will be quite useful for IIPS people as well as the people from different organizations who have joined this webinar. Thank you all the persons. Thank you, Dr. Kumaran. Thank you, Dr. Yasmin.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Sarah, thank you very much. Dr. Sarah, I have many questions with you, and I will write to you on those things.
Thank you.
Okay, is it the closure of the seminar?
Yeah, this session will be closed, but we are going to continue. 3 more speakers are there. If you have time, I think Dr. Kumaran has to leave. I think he has mentioned that he has to go to some other place.
Yes,
and Dr. Sarah also mentioned that she has to go to some other meeting. But all of you, those who have time, please stay with us, because there will be 3 more studies which we are going to discuss. Okay.
Okay, so I'll also take your leave. I have a call at 5:30. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'd like to take leave.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So Now, Dr. Lakshmikant, give this thing in introduction about Rajkumar, and we will have 3 presentations now. Dr. Lakshmikant, you are there?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Good afternoon, ma'am, and good afternoon, all of you. Now, our next speaker is Mr. Rajkumar Gope. He is from Execute NGO, which is mainly working the state of Jharkhand and Odisha, and he is associated with different types of longitudinal cohort study, mainly in the tribal area of Jharkhand and Odisha, where the main aim of his NGO or the NGO where he is associated is to look at the impact of empowering the women on reduction of neonatal mortality. So I welcome Mr. Rajkumar Gope, and welcome, sir.
Thank you, Lakshmikantji. Am I audible?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Let me just quickly share my screen. I have a small presentation.
Yeah. I'm sorry for keeping you people waiting so much time, but they were the. I have so much to share, so we have allowed them.
It's okay. So it's really my pleasure to be here and listening to such experienced persons like Dr. Bhargav, Dr. Kumaran, Dr. Yaznik, Dr. Nadia, Shara, Dr. Said Unisha, seeing Dr. Vani after a long time. So it's great, and some kind of delays is okay, no issue. The only thing is I am joining from one health system which they are now going to close. Actually, I was in Directorate of Health Jharkhand for some meetings, but good to be here. A little bit on Ekjut before I start. Like Ekjut, it was established in 2002, and we started our work from 2004 November, in the themes of survive, thrive, and transform. And we also tried to build evidences around community-based interventions to build healthier communities. And during these 15 years, we have done a series of randomized controlled trials and studies, mainly prospective. And I'll be talking about one cohort study we did in Jharkhand and Odisha, one district of Jharkhand and Odisha. We call it caring study, and the primary objective of the study was to reduce stunting. So one thing for Ekjut is no survey without service. This is the thing we follow, and that's why in all our studies we have evaluated some or other community-based interventions we have designed with the help of many people. So caring, it was a randomized controlled trial. We call it community action research to improve nutrition and growth among children under 2 in rural India, mainly Jharkhand and Odisha. And we tested 2 complementary interventions, home visits and counseling, and participatory group meetings. Whether they have these 2 interventions have any effect on stunting of children. And we used village-based facilitators who were facilitating these meetings, as well as data collectors were all village-based. So we hypothesized that to maximize the benefit, the strategy should include actually fast-acting components to address immediate determinants of undernutrition, for example, enhanced prevention, detection, and treatment of for infection, and improved feeding practices, as well as other factors like which influence other components or factors which influence underlying determinants, like unsafe water and sanitation, women's and girls' empowerment, etc. And we thought that home visits with growth monitoring and promotion can improve mothers' individual caring, feeding, and infection control practices, while participatory group meetings, which is again evidence-based for maternal newborn survival, and have some impact on some of the factors of nutrition. So it provides a platform for peer support towards individual behavior change and empowerment and long-term community changes. So this was our key or main hypothesis, and it was done in two districts of Jharkhand and Odisha, namely West Simbhum district in the right side of picture you see West Simbhum district, and of Jharkhand and Keonjhar district of Odisha. Both the districts are predominantly tribal districts, and we have done some other works here. So I'll just directly come to the processes of this cohort study, and I will talk very little about the impact in a slide at the end. So the study period was from October 2013 to March 2016, and births were identified for a year from October 13 to September 14, and births were followed up at 7 time points, like 3 months, within 72 hours of birth, then 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, and 18 months. And for monitoring of pregnancy, a 27 months period was taken. The inclusion criteria were all women identified in the 3rd trimester, pregnancy between 1st October 13 and 31st December 15, and those who were residing in the study clusters. With clusters, we defined the cluster as a village and hamlets of 1,000 population. In rural and tribal Jharkhand and Odisha, it's very difficult to find a village of 1,000 population. For the study purpose, we added adjoining hamlets to the main villages to make the population around 800 to 1,200, and we created such 120 such clusters. Exclusion criteria were stillbirth and neonatal and postnatal deaths. Infants whose mothers have died, infants with congenital abnormalities, multiple births, and mothers who migrate out of the study area permanently. So those who are missing 2 consecutive interviews or 6 months interview during the study period. So we randomized these 120 clusters, and the units of randomization were the clusters of 1,000 population, as I discussed earlier. Then randomization was done at 2 sites, one at Jharkhand in West Simbhum and Odisha, Keonjhar. So stratification was done by districts and number of hamlets per cluster in each district, allocating 30 each in intervention and control arms. And all clusters were numbered from 1 to 20, 1 to 60 assigned to West Simbhum, 61 to 120 assigned to Keonjhar. So this is one example of a stratification, like villages with no hamlets, then villages with 1 or 2 hamlets, and villages with 3 or more hamlets. So 3 stratification was done. And here was the question that whether to randomize through computer generated seeds or in front of people. So in all our studies, we have chosen simple methods when we invite village leaders, government functionaries, village headmen, and we randomize in front of them using Tombola in this study. So one by one intervention and cluster control clusters were being chosen. And since we are working in tribal areas, sometimes it's very difficult when one village comes as control areas, because people want some services to happen. So when we randomize in front of public, so these kind of things are easily can be solved. Like people were saying, I'm just talking in Hindi, people were saying, "Mera gaon control mein aa gaya, kya karenge?" 2 saal hum log dekhenge. So that kind of thing was happening, and it was well accepted. So I've talked about like 30 clusters, 30 intervention and 30 control clusters were in both the districts. And this is one glimpse of the randomization, final randomization. What we did to understand the impact. So all women were pregnant between 1st October 13 and 30th September 2014. So interviews were done with them. And all children born to women recruited between 1st October 13 and 30th September 14 within 72 hours, 3, 6, 9, 12, and 18 months. Interview and anthropometric measurements were done. So this is the concert tree. So in this cohort study, we followed roughly 2,600 children for 7 time points. And we also faced some kind of challenges described by previous speakers. But to address that, we wanted to come with 2,500. So we started with 3,000 children, so that we finally reached to 2,550 something children at the end. And in control and intervention arm, roughly 92% of sample we could find. Dr. Shahid Unisha was in her first presentation, she was talking about the study they are going to do, and she was also asking about some of the suggestions if we can give. So first thing, the tools we used is very important. Like for the length measurement, we use sore boards with 1 millimeter graduation. So in simple infantometer, there is a chance that infantometer is folded and we don't get the correct length. So we use sore boards. It's slightly costlier, but we have found it very useful. MAC tape, everybody knows. And for weighing scales, we used baby weighing scales with 10 grams graduation. And then data was collected using ComCare software. For height, we use Sika stadiometer, and mother's weighing scale we use Sika 874 with 50 gram graduations. My point here is when we are taking anthropometric measurements, 2 things are very important. One is the quality of equipment. And in research, we can't take a chance by using lesser quality equipment. For example, if you are taking simple baby weighing scales with 100 gram graduations, then we will face many questions, and we may not get the exact findings also. Then weighing scales were calibrated every day, and sore boards were calibrated every month in our study. And training was very important. So we for anthropometric measurements, 3 days training was organized, and gold standard for supervisors were identified. And we found that our trainers, all village women, were not up to the mark. So whole trial was shifted 1 month back, and every data collector was trained once again in their own villages. In fact, training was done number of times so that they are able to get right measurements. In terms of measurements, measuring weight was easier, but measuring length of the baby, and especially young babies, and MUAC was very difficult. And we did for that we did technical error of measurement tests. So you can see in our first test, the score in Kyonjar and West Simbhum was not up to the mark. So after we delayed the trial by one more month, and we trained for 1 month in different settings. And in the second test, it was both the cases, it was over 0.95. And this anthropometric technical error of measurement was repeated after 1 year of the project, so that we keep going very good data and very precise data from the field. So this was the monitoring process, so that we don't miss any baby from our working area. So there was it's key informant based monitoring system, where there was an identifier in every village who was identifying the pregnancy, and she was informing to monitors on the weekly basis. Monitor was taking written consent from the mother to register pregnancy and conduct interview, measure MUAC and sync data. Then monitor was paying, then identifier was paid for her identification. Then monitor conducts interview with mother at 7 points, sync data after every interview. And at review meetings, which was happening every 15 days, data manager was giving feedback on missing data and resolve ComCare related issues. And supervisors were doing 10% of quality checks. And data was data was saved in PomCare and it was accessed by data manager on a weekly basis. Missing checks for missing was feedback was given every 15 days, and finally quarterly reports were being prepared. So these processes we followed during this study, and it's not easy to conduct all complete the RCTs in the villages and tribal areas, but luckily this RCT as well all others were completed on time with high quality data. So I will quickly summarize, give the summary of results keeping time in mind. So our control and intervention arms were comparable. Follow-up rate was high, 90% plus eligible children were found in both the arms. At 18 months, children in the intervention arms had 0.11 higher length for age Z-score compared to those in the control arms. Our longitudinal data also showed incremental gains in length in the intervention arm after each follow-up, means at birth 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 9 months, 12 months, and 18 months. Results favored the intervention of 24 of 25 secondary outcomes. It's right that not all of them were statistically significant, but it favored and showed significant benefits for 9 of the secondary outcomes. And in intervention clusters, more pregnant women and children attained minimum dietary diversity. More mothers washed their hands before feeding children. Fewer children were underweight at 18 months, and fewer infants died. So this is from my side. I will just quickly add a couple of points, like while doing cohort studies and RCTs, we could establish and we could benefit from others also who have done earlier that use of village women as data collectors after proper training. So in all our studies, we have used data collectors from villages, and who will be there is always a question that who will be the evaluator, external or internal, and there always is a question of conflict of interest because money comes from one source when we are also trying to see the impact of intervention. So we have our own monitoring and evaluation team, but they are completely separated from the intervention teams, and third party validation is done. Publication or not. So we have decided that all the paper, all the work, whether it gives result or not, it's our duty to publish so that people can learn. If successful, it's good. If not successful, they can also learn something that what not to do. And last thing, the ethics, issues of ethics when we are doing research at tribal areas, we were always facing some kind of ethical dilemma in control areas. So we had written protocols what to do when we find a severely acute malnourished children and severe infection is there. So how to link them with the government system, even if they are from control areas. So these were some of the things we faced as challenge, and we could answer through our research. Thank you very much.
For sharing your experience as well as talking about the challenges. If anybody have any question to him, please ask him, because I think he has to go out from the health center, health facility, and that will be closed. If nothing is there, otherwise also we will contact you for our study. Afterwards also we will contact you. We wanted to keep you in the loop. So from our group, we will have more questions and more discussion about this thing. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you can leave, and I think you have to go now.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Lakshmikant,
after 15
yeah,
minutes.
you have to close it. Yeah. Dr. Lakshmikant, give the introduction of other person as well. Yeah.
Okay. Now our next speaker is Dr. Sangam Kishore Patel, and he's from Population Council and leading the project Udaya project. And this project is basically based on adolescent from UP and Bihar. So I welcome Dr. Sangam, and maybe now can start.
Thank you. Please give me the share. I'm not able to share it.
Avinash, you are there? Avinash?
Just a minute, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Just a minute. Okay, given, right? Given.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Lakshmikant. And I'm very pleased to present some of our Udaya finding, and I'm thankful to Professor Unisa and Dr. Preeti also, who initially contacted for this presentation for the workshop. So I'm going to present some of the overview of this Udaya study, as well as some of the methodology adopted and challenges faced during conducting the study. So this project was funded by Bill and Melinda Gates and Packard Foundation. Sorry, is not moving. The slide is not moving. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
But slide is not
PPT
moving.
name हो रहा है मेरा, slide name हो रहा है.
Just click that down
Yeah,
or
now it's
arrow
moving.
button.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Udaya stand for understanding the lives of adolescent and young adults, and this study was conducted in Bihar and UP specifically. And this study is one of a kind that this is first time in India that at large level the adolescent has been followed for 2 times point. The younger cohort, the boys and girls, this is 10 to 14, and the older cohorts for the girls and boys, this is 15 to 19. So this is particularly the levels, patterns, and trends that need to be assessed through their transition. And also there are assess the quality of transition of the adolescent while their transition from their adolescent time to adulthood. So those things has been considered while this project has been formed. So the cohort we have assessed in 2015 sitting started with our 5 groups: 10 to 14 years unmarried boys, 10 to 14 years unmarried girls, 15 to 19 unmarried boys, 15 to 19 unmarried girls, and 15 to 19 married girls. So why the UP and Bihar was chosen? There are many purposes on this to see that where Bihar and UP, because those are the largest state, and we can say every 5th adolescent in the world lives in India, and every 16th adolescent in the world and 4th adolescent in India lives in Bihar and UP. As well as this has been considered from the Sustainable Development Goals that adolescent is also an important population group whose need to be assessed properly, and their transition, their health, their education, and other aspects should be properly given attention. So Udaya study the design and sampling. So this is a longitudinal survey of adolescent 10 to 19 years. As I have already mentioned, there are 5 groups already been recruited for this survey in 2015 and 16. The geographical location is Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. 2 rounds in 2015, first round conducted, and 2018-19, second round conducted. So in wave 1, the sample size was more than 20,000 for UP and Bihar, and in wave 2, more than 16,000 adolescent re-interview. So all the 5 age group we consider for this survey. So the sampling design, we particularly adopted the National Family Survey sampling design, but at the selection of the respondent, there is little bit change we made as per the study requirement. But just like rural and urban, it was the sampling domains was done, and accordingly the domains were created. And 150 PSU in each state, 75 PSU from the rural PSU, and 75 PSU from the urban CSU. So stratified multi-stage systematic random sampling were done. So post three-stage sampling were done in rural PSU, and four-stage sampling were done in the urban PSU. And the stratification was made based on the religion, village and ward size, STSC population, female literacy. And in each PSU, what we did, we divided the each PSU into two segments, one for the boys and another for the girls. So the number of households we interview and fixed were 90 in the male segment and 150 in the female segment in each PSU. And within each selected household, no more than one respondent per category were interviewed. But later stage, as we did not get sufficient sample for the merit cohort in female segment, what we did is both male segment and female segment we combined for the merit cohort of female. So merit cohort were selected from both the segments. So different study instrument and trainings were adopted for this survey, just like we do for the National Family Health Survey. So for this survey, the total of 5 questionnaire for the study was built. First one is for the household questionnaire, and for each individual groups, there are 4 questionnaire, individual questionnaire we made for younger boys, older boys, younger girls. And older girls and married girls, there were 1 questionnaire, and within that there are unmarried and married sections were there. So accordingly, the question were being asked. The biomarker measurements we considered here for the height and weight measurement, and portable HOMQ instrument were used for the measure of hemoglobin levels. Computer-assisted CAPI was used for data collection. And the recruitment, training, and field work were conducted for doing the all steps for the quality measurement and all. Training were done for 1 month. Training were done, and recruitment we usually the graduate or those who have 10+2 pass those who were specially considered. And those who are experienced in the adolescent survey, those who have already worked just like youth survey or some of the other survey of the adolescent, we recruited them so that they have a proper understanding of the adolescent life. So the sample size of and the follow-up rates, the first survey, usually it was 20,000 we interviewed, and re-interviewed in 2018-19, there were nearly 16,292 cases we re-interviewed in the. So the follow-up response rate were less for the unmarried 15 to 19 cohort, because they were migrated to different works and other places, as well as for the unmarried, those who have been married or due to some reason they have been a different place, they have gone for study or somewhere else. Otherwise, other group, we have more than 80%. So total, if you say this is nearly 80% response rate, follow-up rate we got in the follow-up survey. What are the major reasons to the loss of follow-up? So as you mentioned, there are many regions are there. Migration of boys and due to the work or some other regions, and marriage of girls are the predominant reasons for the loss to follow-up. Besides that, there are other regions just like parent refused, respondent refused, or household or respondent not been tracked in the follow-up survey, or excluded respondent due to the inconsistent response in age and education. So all these things are we lost to follow up some of the participant in the 2018 and 19. These are some difference between the baseline characteristics of these re-interviewed vs lost to follow up. So rural, the place of residence, STSC and Hindu, those are significant across both the re-interviewed and lost to follow-up. Difference are significant. And wealth quintile, it is significant for Uttar Pradesh, whereas it is not significant for Bihar. So what are the different components were covered in the Udaya survey? So it is The questionnaire were made based on the Sustainable Development Goals, considering those Sustainable Development Goals, and as well as what are the important factors which are important for the adolescent during their transition to adulthood. So from education to work, substance use, transition to life, sexual life, marriage, parenthood, violence, nutrition, migration, aspirations, injuries, family planning, digital use, citizenship, mental health, program reach and impact, what are different adolescent program they're receiving or not receiving, those all these components were considered in this survey. So this is one just slide. I will just show few slides from the results, because the presentation is more focused toward the challenges and methodology use. So only 2-3 slides I will going to present from the result. So life course of transition. So over the both the longitudinal survey, if you see, this is the life means how it is changing from the adolescent to adulthood timing, as well as their schooling, work, marriage, childbearing status by age in the last birthday. So if you see the changes, it is particularly the school dropouts are starting at the age of starting with between 12 to 15 in both the female and male, whereas the male are school dropouts. It is and the work associated with work are more among the male, whereas female it is more about they are not working. School dropouts has started, but they are not working currently, or they are not working with and married, or they are not working but they are married and having children. So these are some of the transition took place with the over their life in the last 4 and 5 years during the inter-survey period. This is just about the agency over time, marriage and parenthood. So boys had an age over different decision-making, mobility and saving and bank accounts. And boys who got married in the interim gained more decision-making and savings as compared to the girls. So these are some of the findings coming out of an early marriage among the girls. If you see, 36% of all marriage in the inter-survey periods happen before the age of 18, and 22% are from the Uttar Pradesh, and 40% are from the Bihar. The nutrition component, if you say, girls, both unmarried and married, thinness increase with their increased age. Greater proportion of married girls become anemic over the time from wave 1 to wave 2. As more nearly 1/4, 25% of married girls and women are moderately or severely anemic. The gender role attitudes also been changed over the time period, particularly with the younger ages of girls and boys, 10 to 14 boys and girls. Whereas the older ages, the gender role attitudes are not changing much. It is showing from this result. There is a wider gender gap in the digital media use were found from the Udaya study. Although the internet access, mobile phone, and access to social media have means increased over both the time period 2015-16 to 2018-19. But if you see, the gender gaps has been widened over the time period. So this also a concern, and this need to be also looked at from different program angles. So next slide is coming to the challenges faced during the survey. So the first one is the sought for permission letters signed by local authorities, particularly at wave 1, while conducting the survey. Although we got the permission letters from the state authorities or the health department, but many of the village level people while going for the conducting interviews, or some of the pockets of urban areas, particularly with the residential buildings, they asked for the local authority signed by the district magistrate. So these were some of the issues faced, and we try to convince the people, as well as for the other areas it will not be a problem. So we try to meet the DM and take the assigned authorities for these conducting interviews. Scheduling interview with the adolescent was also a bigger challenges because their majority were in the school, and their timing, the interview timing as well as their schooling time were both at the same time. So accordingly, the team tried to after lunchtime or after afternoon, they used to catch this respondent, and accordingly the interview were fixed in both round 1 and round 2 survey. Refusals due to the spreading rumors among the villagers on asking SRH, menstrual and sex-related questions. This was also a problem we particularly face in the village level, because while the teams are moving from in the village, some of the village rumors also start that these teams are asking these related questions. So again, the team take the confidence of the healthcare workers and try to solve to the spreading whatever the rumors are coming, so that it can reduce and more number of interview can be conducted. Respondent recalling, this is particularly faced in the wave 2. Respondent recalling about the interview conducted in wave 1 on the SRH, menstrual and sex related questions. So both have, it has advantage and disadvantage. So some of the respondents, they knew that at wave 1 we have asked these similar questions, so they are very cooperative, and if the interview are conducted in a just like one room household or something like, they used to tell the interviewer that let's talk outside, sit at some tree or some other place, and then we can discuss on this. And they are very cooperative on this. Some were afraid of giving the interview because in the wave 1 the same question were asked, so they don't want to face again the same questions. So again, the healthcare worker were very supportive on this to convince them, particularly to conduct these interviews. Tracking the migrant respondent and household within the state. So after the 2015-16, before started up the 2018 and 19 wave 2 survey, before 1 month, there was a rapid tracking process were done by our team, those who are in the field, and they started to whichever the households were through the mapping and listing, they went back to the households and they track with their address, as well as some phone numbers were also being taken from the field. And but some of the respondents or the household were not been retrieved because due to the migration, due to the the respondent has been gone for the work or for the some has been married. So difficulty in tracking respondent migrated out of the state. So within the state, it was a we can able to track majority of them, but those who have gone out of the state, so through the phone or through the those also, it was very difficult to track them. So this is the difficulty we face during the round 2 survey. Change in sampling region, as I have already mentioned that the sufficient cases will not got from the male segment in each PSU. So the sampling plan was little changed at the later stage, and both male segment and the female segment from both way the married girls particularly were taken in each PSU. So administrative challenges we face to manage huge team of 80 investigators in each state. So this was a huge challenges for us. So, but anyhow, later on we managed and completed the survey. So biomarker nutrition related the issues we faced, fear among the adolescent in giving the blood sample. This was faced by the interviewer both in wave 1 and wave 2. Many adolescents were not keen to give the blood sample. The fear of infection among the married women and pregnant women giving blood sample, that was also a big problem, because most of the pregnant women are reluctant to give this, that due to the maybe it can happen some infection or something like that. So high refusals for giving blood sample in the minority areas. These were prevalent both in wave 1 and wave 2. Still we convinced, but chances were high that refusals will we received in this area. Other problem, just like the instrument you use for the measuring the hemoglobin level, while the summer season, while the temperature at 45 degree, the instrument were not working or giving error. So the team were advised to go with the ice packs to cover this machine. And some places they use some of the refrigerator to keep this machine, and then when the interview can be conducted, they just come with their own machine. Also, it was the investigator reported that they found it difficulty to carry all the biomarker kits and carry from one place to another place, from one household to another household. It was a very difficult task for them. So these are some of the challenges we faced, and these have been solved also. So I just want to focus 2 minutes on what are the different dissemination and uptake strategy of these findings we have planned. So engagement of the government and state, both at national and state level, we are already completed some of the roundtables, presentations with the different state official as well as the center government also. Engagement with the digital media people to leverage the platforms in building awareness again, different platforms. And the different thematic roundtables are conducted. Another good thing we are currently also doing the engagement of youth-led organization to encourage them to use the Udaya finding. So different 5 to 6 communication organizations were already been we are working with them to, based on what are the findings, different audiovisuals, messages, audiovisuals, different topics were covered, which were covered in the Udaya survey. Graphics, comic books, blogs were also being done. We also been scientific writing competition is underway, and it is in the final stage of preview. So there are 35 papers we received, and out of that 16 papers we selected, and now only 10 papers we received for the and out of that will be selected for the award. So we are also engaged with different stakeholder and different with the donors for how we can build a better future of the adolescent through this Udaya findings, and helping government also with the sustainable development goals on this. During the COVID time we conducted 3 rounds of telephonic survey with the adolescent because in the round 2 survey we had collected some of the telephone number from during our rapid tracking survey, and through that usually we both UP and Bihar we conducted 3 rounds of. UNICEF also supported to study, and our Udaya study itself we conducted 1 study. So 3 rounds of telephonic survey were conducted. So detailed materials are already available in the Udaya website. If you want to access, you can access. So we have published so far 12 publications on different issues of adolescent. 18 papers are under review, and final stage of submission there are 8 papers, and scientific writing there are 9 to 10 papers already we have. And for the Udaya data, if you want to download or you can to use Harvard Dataverse, that site, it is available. You have to request for the data, and you can follow up us on Twitter, Instagram, on Facebook, in different this site. And thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sangnam, and for sharing your experience. Adolescent studies will be useful when we talk about education and all those things, work, marriage, and all other things. So pregnant women cases will be little different from this, but a biomarker, when you have talked about biomarker, how to manage those things, how to take care of hemoc machines, those are quite interesting. That will be quite useful for us also. Thank you very much. Now we will have next speaker, and I'm very glad to tell you people that Dr. Sangram and Dr. Praveen Agarwal are product of IAPS. I'm proud of them. I'm proud of them to see in this panel. Now the last speaker is Dr. Praveen Agarwal, and I like Dr. Lakshmikant to give introduction to about Praveen Agarwal.
Yes, Dr. Praveen Agarwal is senior MEL expert, IP Global Limited, New Delhi, and when he was in UNICEF, he played a key role in carrying out the CNSM survey. So maybe he will speak on CNSM survey. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, Dr. Praveen, now.
You give this share right to Praveen? Yeah.
Already given, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Praveen, you can start.
Unmute, please.
I think संग्राम को पहले बंद करना होगा.
No,
Sir,
I've already closed.
Okay, so my screen is there, right? Okay, so
You can continue now.
Okay, good evening. So this is the last presentation, I hope, as per the agenda, and I have a tough time, but I will remain focused and try to engage as maximum as possible. So I will start. First of all, I will thank ma'am. I'm being a student of IAPS. I really appreciate that I participate in any kind of forum and give us opportunity to hear CNNS plus Rajpush program. I will cover both in a very brief. And I will start from that afternoon session when Dr. James told about the data system. So I will touch upon Rajpush, how we are managing the data system program. And second thing, Dr. Bhargav, when he started his cohort, even that time I was not born. I born in 1977. And that cohort was started in 67. But the cohort finding about low birth weight between 30 to 60%, I see still after 50 years of his cohort, that problem is there and how we are measuring, how we are dealing. So I will also touch upon that. So with this note and this presentation, on behalf of so many people from for CNNS and also from Rajpush, where SIF has supported and some of my team members are also attending and contributed in this. So I will briefly cover CNNS, like how the different gold standard methodology was adopted in implementation, and also the biochemical survey is possible. I was hearing Sangram in the last presentation. I mean, if we plan better, even all India biomarker survey with venous blood is possible, and even time and temperature can be managed. And we have done a lot of pre-analysis where we have shown even little delay in time and temperature. I mean, the sample is stable. And also the quality of training, I will not touch more because I was really happy to see a good presentation. They have also shown all the equipment and TM and training, so that I will skip in the interest of time, where CNNS has also implemented. And key result I will cover, and from that result, what learnings are there. And that will include hidden hunger and some of the NCDs and seasonality issue. That is all about the CNNS. I am going to cover in next 10 minutes. And 5 to 7 minutes, the Rajpush MIS system, how the whole system and a whole framework is there, how it works and how we measure. And there I will focus on low birth weight with an innovative method or machine that is called digital machine. So I will touch upon that. So very first, I think half of the people must be aware in this audience. CNNS was the largest ever micronutrient survey conducted in world, and which covered more than 100,000 sample from all the age group from 0 to 19. And 5 to 19, India has seen first time the result of different biomarkers, even anthro and so many and so forth. I mean, all the indicators were new when the CNNS conducted, and half of them were for the biosample, where we have collected venous blood and urine and stool sample for different biochemical and biomarkers. I mean, it was all India survey covering all the states, where you can see the map where we have reached more than 2,000 primary sampling unit, and that is covering almost 82% of the district of country. So you can see how huge it was with the biomarker survey, and covering all the states, rural, urban, and I think I will skip here. It has covered all ABCD of nutrition, either anthro or biochemical or diet or other component. Data quality, it was paramount to have, because without data quality, we can't use the data and use in policy, because this was more for policy, and there are so many policy groups made for NCDs and other component. So pre-survey, like very high standard of training, graduation, TM, you have heard from the team, top quality measurable tool. You have seen a Sika machine and other, even in the morning presentation, first presentation from Dr. Bhargav for that machine you have seen for skin fold thickness. So all were used in that. So I'm not going into that detail. And also the definition and review methodology was validated and by national international expert, including CDC and UP. And the huge pre-testing and pilot was done before we started. So during the survey, it was maintain the high quality, and there is a film. I will share this presentation for all. This is just 5-minute film. If there was a time, I could have played, but I'm not playing now. And for managing, we have done a lot of investment and tool like data loggers for time and temperature management, also cold chain management. So many things. And post survey also, the analysis was weighted by tag reviews, data quality, anthropometric biomarkers. You can see the report and all the components are there. And lots of validation studies were there while we were doing the survey and post-survey to ensure whatever we are getting is a gold standard, and that can be used in the policy and program. So with this, I'm not repeating much. Even for hiring investigator, there was a very systematic survey team, like survey team written, mock interview and other test ethics related before hiring them. And anthro team also huge investment, almost like training was more than 20 days. 10 days was anthro and 10 plus days was, and for biochemical, there was a separate training by the lab team. So we made a data quality assurance team for quality consistency, who were in the field all the time, and real time feedback were given to the main survey team. Was a standard we have made in the of our research agency that not more than 4 interviews will be allowed in a day. So there was no pressure for hurry up and making the data quality poor. I talked about this SMS-based monitoring of different biomarkers. So this is a bag, and we put a data logger in that bag, and we were tracking with a real-time monitoring. So that if any fallout, like if the blood test is done, or sample is collected in a PSU. So after a few hours, it should reach to a reference lab or collection center. So all the timing and everything was monitored, and we had a regular data review and feedback system in that. Okay, coming to the result after making investment in quality and methodology. This is the first slide where we have seen malnutrition start from the birth itself. I will go to the wasting part, either measured from height and weight, and also the MUAC. If you see the red one, the prevalence is including the 95% CI. So the baby are born wasted. If you see like more than 25% or so, this is a national level data. And at the same time, if you see 6 months plus from the MUAC also, a similar level. After that, that is the wasting is going little down. But I will not touch more on the stunting and underweight part, because after 5 to 6 months, that is going up because of, we know, the dietary diversity and problem. I will also have 1 or 2 slides later. Wasting has declined from national level, from NFHS 4 to CNNS. We are waiting for NFHS 5 data where we are. And there was a huge seasonality sometime. I will not go in the prevalence because people must have seen this. I will touch on this. So once we are collecting up wasting data. Hello? Hello.
Yeah, we can listen to you. No problem.
हाँ ओके ओके नहीं बिल्कुल फ्री साइलेंस थी तो हमें लगा कहीं नेटवर्क
all of us are around.
Okay, good. So, ma'am, this is all about the wasting, how the wasting is affected by seasonality. So this we are advocating because whenever we are doing any kind of survey or any kind of evaluation, even any kind of new study we are planning, we have to see the wasting component, sorry, seasonality component of these kind of indicator. Wasting is one, but we have also seen kind of vitamin A deficiency, even dietary pattern. So seasonality is very much there. I think Dr. Lakshmikant was also with us when the wasting data was being analyzed for different surveys. So this, I mean, one lesson learned, wasting, and when we were collecting the CNS data, it was just spread over across the 12 months rather than doing 3 months, then stopping for 3 months. No, that's in somehow in that where we can adjust somehow wasting. So in that sense, what I see, I will also touch upon HMIS data from Rajput. We continuous collect the data, and that gives a better prevalence if the quality control is there in the field. So survey is a cross-sectional. We say, in the right side, you can see in the Maharashtra, some survey was done in the initial months, some survey was other month, right? So you can see the difference is not because of the two data point, but because of the different timing of the survey. Similarly, in Bihar, NFHS was in that month, initial month, then CNNS. So it's not like this has gone down. It has gone down. There is seasonality playing a key role. So the one take is from this slide is, whenever we are doing any kind of planning, we have to take care of seasonality. And once we are comparing with other data. Because we had age group 5+ also saw different indicators. You can see a stunting is still there in the 5 to 9. So the time period is not giving the proper opportunity to catch up the growth. So I'm not going to the detail of prevalence and all. Similarly, the issue of 10 to 19, I'm sorry. So just a second. Yeah. So the issue of adolescent is obesity is on rise. You can see, I mean, many states are more than even 10% on the right side, even sometimes 15 to close to 15%. So we have multiple issues. We talked in the morning, afternoon initial session about double burden, but we have like triple burden. This is anemia. I mean, we can add this as a triple burden. One is favorite indicator and program we are focusing there. So the anemia prevalence, the gender difference across the frequency, sometimes more than double. And why it is double? I mean, this is the prevalence in the 3 age group, where 8 states are still having the public health issues for under 4 children in the left panel of the map. This is the interesting graph. Child, if till of their 11 year of age, the anemia is almost similar, the prevalence. The younger one we have seen in the top graph, they are higher, but after 11 year of age, the difference is widening, right? Almost twice. That's where, because the iron need for the female is much more at that time. Sometimes we see anemia is only because of iron deficiency. See the iron deficiency less than anemia. Among under 5, it's 32%, but after that it's little lesser. And all anemia is not because of iron. You can see in the CNNS report as well. So if you see the first bar in the left side, 1 to 4 age group, 20.8%, almost 11%. The anemia is because of iron. Iron, and the children are 20% children are deficient in both anemia as well as iron. If you see the orange one, close to 20%, 18%, they are anemic but not iron deficient. This means they are because of some other reason. This is again interesting. The yellow part, they are iron deficient but not anemic, right? And of course, these are out of that. So we saw in the CNNS data with the correlation and association, half of the anemia is because of iron deficiency and half of the anemia is because of other reasons. So a detail you can see in the papers, which is already published, and also some part of the report. Hidden hunger, micronutrient deficiency, right? Vitamin A, B12, D, these are all were also found. Like vitamin A was 18%, and there was a wide state differential. Vitamin D again, it was ranging from 14 to 31% in different age group. With again, adolescents were the highest. Vitamin D, very interesting. I'm not going to catch result, but I will urge and request people to go and see who have not seen. It's a very, very differential as per the lifestyle, and urban children were more deficient than rural one. And good news was that median urine in iodine, we are free of that. I mean, no states were having more prevalence, so or were under adequate level. So a brief graph, I think Bani has made last year, so I'm picking from there. So almost all states, you can see all are either red or yellow. So nearly all states are more than 40% of multiple micronutrient deficiency, 2 or more, where yeah. So this is the condition. I mean, this hidden hunger, sometimes it's more than 60. If you see, half of the states are red. So these are that type of deficiency is there. So I mean, we have to dig out, because this is more about data and cohort study. So whatever study we are planning, we should not just think about anthropometry or some indicator, but also take key indicator where this deficiency are there to ensure program is multifold. NCD also we have seen, like all the NCD were there, and it was very shocking and surprising. Even children 5 to 9 year or 10 to 19 year, almost 10% were pre-diabetic. And similar percentage were having high triglyceride, and HDL and all, you can see 4% had high cholesterol also, and 28% with low LDL. And again, 5% were having hypertension of that age, so which is worrying some. PKD, I mean, this was also surprising, but this was in some pockets. Although if we club everything, 7% was the national average, but it was in a pocket, and mostly in southeast and northeastern states. So we have done a more detailed analysis. If anyone is interested, I can share those pockets and clustering. Then all these problem, either it's anthropometry related or micronutrients or NCDs or anemia, everything. So where things is missing. So it's all about diet, right? So this is the comprehensive analysis of IYCF, where we see after 4 months, diet problem is much more. I mean, if you see this part, exclusive breastfeed, the yellow one, it is, I mean, 60% maximum in the 70% maximum initially, but it's just after 5 to 4 months, it's breaking. Again, breastfeeding, this graph itself gives a complete picture of all the different components where we are missing. Even if you see 1 year, these many children are not breastfeeding at all, right? And this yellow one, this blue one, breastfed and formula milk. A substantial proportion of children, even before 6 months, they are not even doing exclusive breastfed, but they are fed the formula milk. So this is the overall situation. If we see the boys and girls at 10 to 19 years, so what is missing from their plate? Again, thank you, Vani, for this kind of analysis. Egg, even weekly, 62% boys and 68% girls, they are missing egg from their plate. I mean, fish, chicken, again the same. Forget, think, okay, they are vegetarian. Indian is a vegetarian state. So fruits are close to again 60. Milk, 1/5 boys and 42%. There is a gender differential. पहले बच्चों को लड़कों को देते हैं, बाद में लड़कियों को देते हैं. सीनियर बता रहा था हम लोग. Green leafy vegetable. एक हफ्ते में डेली का छोड़ दीजिए, within a week they are not eating, right? And pulse meal. So I mean, all the problem, either you talk about ABCD of nutrition, this is the crux, this graph, or if you see, are they really eating the recommended diets? So Vani helped in this again, the bodybuilding, like if we eat egg, so this is what? This frequency is less than 2 out of the 5, right? So recommendation like at least twice chicken, hardly 150 नहीं खा रहे, 19 and 17. Fruits, it's like rare, है ना? इसको भटके की तलाश है कि 8-10% लोग ही फ्रूट्स खा पा रहे हैं दिल्ली में. मिल्क चलो डेली खा रहे हैं, बट अगेन बेचारी हमारी लड़कियां कम पी रही हैं. सो वी हैव टू मेक अ जेंडर इक्विटी ऑल्सो. ग्रीन लेफी वेजिटेबल सुबह सुन रहे थे, until unless people will take green leafy vegetable, milk and fruits, low birth weight कम नहीं होगा. So again, where we are, this is a very shocking. उससे ज्यादा shocking क्या है, that we have seen in the two graph कि whether people are eating once in a week or recommended, but what they are not recommended, they are eating more. This is at least thrice in a week. Sweets or junk food or fried foods, if you add all, I mean more than 10% are doing this or that practices. So that is where we are lagging in our nutritional deficiency. Either enthro, you do whatever measure, until unless we fix 2 or 3 or this 4 slides to the adequate level, we are not going to gain any dividend in the previous one. Whatever we have seen, either micronutrient deficiency, that is called hidden hunger, or NCD, or any other stunting, wasting, another component we have just seen. So this was all about CNNS. I would like to thank all the people who were involved in CNNS and Aditya and Megha Mittal for funding. You can see the lot here: Population Council, AIMS, CDSA, IAPS, NIN, and CDC, all were involved. Apart from that, so many tag members. I think since morning we're talking about Dr. HPS and so many other people. They were part of this study in helping in this and that way. And IAPS, under the leadership of Sayyidinisa ma'am, they have also done a huge analysis of different component, which is coming as a publication. So thank you, ma'am. So the second component, I mean, I see a very good transition from CNNS to this Rajput. If there is a problem of low birth weight and wasting and stunting, how to solve it? So IP Global, with the support of SIF and government of Rajasthan, built this whole programming based on a lot of research and data and evidences, where this theory of change is about the cash transfer. The cash transfer plus BCC activity. Cash transfer, we had two programs, Indira Gandhi, where there is a cash transfer, and also Pradhan Mantri Yojana. I mean, there are two Yojana. We are not going in that detail, but there is a 5,000 to 6,000 of cash transfer plus social behavior change communication at different timing of different audience, like men, women, and their family member and community. That will be improving their knowledge, and that will lead to what? That will lead to a better diet during pregnancy. I mean, we have seen in general dietary pattern. So that will improve the dietary during pregnancy. So that will lead to the pregnancy weight gain. We are measuring every component. And that will again lead to the reduction in low birth weight, like we have seen 30%, 20%, 50%. I'm going to give our data, what has come, and that there is also innovation there. And that if after this social behavior change communication and having cash in their pocket, 5,000 to 6,000 during this time, so we expect a better IVCF practices. Whatever we have seen is lagging. That will enhance the child weight gain, and that will lead to the reduction of wasting. This is a very simple and straightforward theory of change where we are working as a community, and we are also measuring very systematic. Dr. James in the morning told about data system. So this is all about our different data indicator, where we are measuring output, outcome, and impact. I'm not going to detail because of the time, but these are the data system which is in place in the Rajput, where we have a real-time monitoring data. That is, we are saying about Potion Champion app. Through Potion Champion is a frontline cadre like Anganwadi worker and ASA. And so far we have registered in 5 districts. I have not given much detail about Rajput. This is in Rajasthan in 5 districts, mostly tribal. And there we have reached up to, so far our target is to reach 600,000, 6 lakh. So, and till up to 6 lakh will be reached by 2024. But we have reached up to 1.5 lakh. And this real-time monitoring does the registration of women, also data-based counseling, and also the monitoring part of whether they are weight gain in pregnancy. So the information they are collecting, cash transfer, whether they have received or not, NC counseling, weight gain during pregnancy, and wasting, height and weight of child. The second component is birth weight. Birth weight we are not doing by the patient champion, because 90% or plus births are there in institutions. So we have installed digital weighing machine. I will come on that in detail. And we have so far taken weight of more than 70,000 baby. The other component to support the data system of this program, we are doing a continuous quarterly monitoring in the 5 districts, almost 2,000 or plus in each district, where we are taking information of their SBCC messages through either is IPC or BDBD or all kind of SBCC messages, diet and counseling, also how they are using their cash, and also how they are taking and using THR, plus dietary diversity and evasive practice as indicator, and also knowledge and practices related to that. And the cohort thing, I thought this will be interesting, ma'am, because you are also planning and doing cohort. So we are also planning, we have completed round 1 in this quarterly monitoring, and cohort sampling we will be doing and keeping the track for the 4 year. So this is the complete data system established in Rajput program, and this was a very good learning for me when I came to Raj. Some we have improved also and added also like cohort and other thing, but this is very comprehensive to contribute the government data also. I will touch upon how they are contributing, and also to implement evidence-based programming based on data. So this is about the sampling of cohort and non-cohorts. So out of the total, we are almost 2,000 plus we will be tracking as a cohort sample, and we see 5% non-response rate. So at the end of our project, or close to end of our project, we will still having more than 1,000 sample and doing the comprehensive analysis. And inclusion criteria, of course, we are taking the women at the 2nd and 3rd trimester, and exclusion, of course, who will be migrated or unfortunate death, or and who are not providing consent for the next round of the service. So this is all our cohort thing. Last thing is our innovation in digital weighing machine and for low birth weight measurement. So if you see, this is the machine. I think you can see in the photograph also, the child is there, and this is the camera. I think this is better. If you see, like there is a built camera, and this is arm, and this can be detachable also. And if you see the complete machine, I can share this presentation. The weight is displayed in LED, and there is nothing to note. Everything is automated. If you see, this is image-based monitoring of low birth weight. Baby are kept here. Data is captured automatic and synced with the server. And the very few indicator we are putting date, time, that is automated from the machine. Baby birth weight is again automated. And only data field is to capture gender, whether male or female baby, they have to put button. And they have to also put the ID, either of the ID, either IPD or PCTS ID, because we are capturing to merge this particular data with our other data system, so that we do analysis. What was the baby birth weight? What was the mother weight? What was the wasting condition? And this can also work offline. That is the big part of that. So sometime in very remote area, if Wi-Fi and internet is not there, it can be done, and the data can be synced once Wi-Fi is available. This is the screenshot about that particular app. Is a mobile app. Our all system is mobile app. Nothing, because everyone is having now, mostly people who are working in that kind of system, smartphone, and almost 55 machine in all SNCU in Rajasthan is established, and 135 minutes in our Rajput project area, which is Udaipur, Banswara, Dungarpur, Tapgarh, and just 1 or 2 slides about how we are getting the data. So far, we have measured 72,000 plus data baby weight in these 4 districts of our Rajput. While Varava, our control, so I'm not putting that data. But if you see the low birth baby weighted, this is your cumulative data till July, almost 1 year data. I mean, we in 4 districts, 3 districts, we started in October, November, but Udaipur even before. So in all the districts, the prevalence of low birth weight is more than 31%. I mean, it's ranging from 31 to 44, right? And if you see the extremely low birth weight, that's again very high. And there is zero human intervention in this weight. Only they have to operate the machine. And this photograph also taken whether while the weighing the child was properly laid or not, whether there was a child or there is any other stuff. So even we are doing a continuous weekly monitoring of weight versus their photograph before we are accepting or before the analysis. So few cases we see like testing and all, so we remove those data and our field team and district team, they are continuously giving feedback. So this is one of the innovation has come from Rajput, where low birth weight, how to weight and how to get, because if you see other data, HMIS data or any survey data or any recall based data, birth weight is almost 10% to 15% less. Like even we have seen some data point of HMIS data in these districts. So 10% or plus variations we have noted. So this is the second last slide, where we have tried to see the association between the birth weight and our the pregnancy weight. So if our program is trying to manage more than weight, I mean the message is women should gain weight more than 8 kg during trimester 2 to last. We call in our language PW2 to PW4. So this is basically second two, because in first trimester within 3 months we hardly get any women in registration. So there is a huge difference, right? So the women or mother who gain more than 8 kg, the low birth weight was substantially lower, 20%, vis-a-vis the women who gain less than 8 kg. Their low birth weight baby were 45%. We further try to dig down from the merged data. I mean, you see this analysis from the two sources. One was DWM, where we discussed just before, and our main P data. So in wasting also, there was some difference, but still this is very initial data and few merging is there. But we are expecting with better number and better compliances of ID, this will be more stronger, and we are going to do much more even adjusted analysis and share for knowledge for publications. So before doing much, I had a challenge to conclude two different things. One, I mean, but there is a synchronization between the two. So what I advocate and try to put here, methodology of all futures, either it's a survey or any study, has to be aligned with gold standard. It's not difficult. With implementation of CNNS, I can say with a huge confidence, and we need a good team, we need a good partner, we need a good stakeholder and passion. So it is possible. So we should not compromise with the methodology. I was really happy to see the Ekjut. They are using all the best machine possible in terms of tool, even training. I mean, I have seen very rare in this program setup. I really appreciate it. And that should be the done. Even anthropometric measurement to be done by established gold standard practices, we have already seen. I mean, I have not gone detail, but similar detail you have seen. Again, nutrition survey or MIS or program should always innovate the technology, because we are in 2021, right? We see within 30 minutes pizza coming, within 15 minutes our grocery is coming from grocers. But we are little hesitant in development sector and research to change. So I urge the whole community to try to innovate, try to use the latest technology. What we have always on, like data loggers, all things should be app-based monitoring of 3-tier, digital weighing machines we have seen. So initially it's a hard work, challenge. There is a risk to fail, but we need to innovate. We need to put our energy for a better system, data system. So again, I'm saying about DWM, it has been tested more than a year and it's working well, and it's a very low cost. Lots of human intervention is there, and we see the real low birth weight problem. I mean, unless we measure well, we will be substantially decreasing our estimate. Like if you see a large scale survey based on recall, 20% or so. Even if you see the HMIS data, country level, it's 15% or so. So the problem is much bigger. We should not hide because of the technological or error in the measurement. And the last, like, whatever we do, innovations and learning, they should be promoted, they should be documented and disseminated. Either we pass or fail. I mean, all challenges to be shared. So thank you. I thank all the team member of Rajput, all the team member of CNNS. And I like this more than the other logo, very happy logo, like child to adolescent, birth to adolescent. And I thank you all, and I invite you to see CNNS survey and also engage with us in any kind of learning what we have. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Parveen, for sharing two type of data sets, different type of set, one cross-sectional, one the service statistics with improvement as well as innovation in that. And now at this moment, if anybody has any question, we can add, but there is one question to Sangram about how you have managed during COVID, along this cohort data collection. And I also request all my team members to start their video. So we will have one photograph of all the person along with the panel member. And Sangram, please, you want to share my experience?
Yeah, so the best thing we did is during the wave 2, because the 2018-19, while the follow-up study was conducted 1 month before, the team went to the monitoring, the mapping and listing team went to the field, and they tracked the household, as many as possible, with their address, and they have kept the phone number with them, so that because now the world is changing, so it is better to keep the phone number, so that later on if any issues will be there, so they can track them. So the same thing we had advantage during the COVID time, because what to do, people are thinking that what to do and how to do some service. Even donors were interested to know about the COVID, what the situation. So we thought that this is some of the already the phone numbers are there. So we thought, then we started again calling in that number, and but some of the numbers were cannot be traced. So nearly 4,000 plus sample out of 16,000 something, nearly 4,500 sample we can retrieve from UP and Bihar, which are the information they have given. And those interview we connected, but some were not able to, means because even the phone survey also there are some problems, because if you call, they will be busy some point of time, again we have to repeat them, is some other time you have to call, some evening time. So the team were struggling on those type of things, and then they could retrieve around 4,500 sample out of UP and Bihar, which can be analyzed properly. And we have already published some of the briefs out of that. So that was the main problem we faced, actually, the timing of the, because you call, sometimes they will be not interested, sometimes they will be busy in some other work, so they will tell that call us in this time. So team were managing in that way, and then able to retrieve those information. Thank you. No, ma'am, you are muted.
There was any problem of service statistics during COVID? Because you have started working in Rajasthan during COVID only, I think. So what was the problem? There was any problem of service statistics during COVID period? Listening to you, it seems that there was an improvement. The question is for you. There was any problem of service statistics during COVID period?
Yes, of course, during that lockdown on wave 2, when there was like during May time, May, June or April, May, we started from the phone counseling. And of course, because of the protocol and such a huge cry, everywhere. So we were not sending our field team or even frontline functionaries to go to field, but we started as an alternative process, so that they are engaged and they are connected, already connected with beneficiaries. So they were on call, and we have data statistics as well. But of course, the counseling, what you do face to face, meet them, and also like meet friends, because our objective of our frontline worker is twofold. Once they go and do counseling to the beneficiaries, and they also go and meet with the frontline functionary AAA, so that there is, people should not be depending upon the project staff rather than system strengthening. So there was a huge gap, but in the beginning of 1 week itself, we changed the strategy and started all the counseling and giving them feedback, or because we have a very good tracking system. The women is of what month, who has gained what time, there is a pop-up in our frontline functioning mobile, and based on that kind of tracking system was continue and monitoring. But of course, we were not able to take the height, weight, children as well as women's height, weight. So that's why during that time the data was good.
Thank you. I request again all the PIs, Rashmi, Dr. Sarang, Suresh, to start. Vani, please start your video, so we will have one photograph. Then Dilip will give out of time. Anjani, are you around? Anjani, Mishra, Lakshmikant, Rashmi, everybody, please.
Anjani side left, ma'am.
Anjani is left. Rashmi, you are there. Vani, you can start your video at the end, because we have started together this project. So you should be there always with us. Vani, are you around? Okay. So Dr. Dilip.
वानी नहीं आएगी तो उसको फाइन लगेगा. कहाँ है वानी?
I think because this has continued for so long, no? 1.5 hours. We have taken 1.5 hours extra for this workshop, but it is quite useful. Now I request Dilip to say,
okay. Okay. On behalf of the study team, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for taking time off from your official duties and be with us to share your experiences and everything. First of all, a big thank you for our honorary speaker. Many of them are not here. We started with 120 participants, only 30 are there. But Professor Bhargava for that inspiring lecture on setting up of the cohort. We were also able to listen to Dr. Kumaran and Dr. Yagnik, who had played a very instrumental role in, or who can be considered as pioneers in doing this type of exercise in India. So it was a very good experience for not only for the participants but our students, everything. Big thank you to Professor Kumaran and all. We also had the opportunity to listen to Sarah, who did a presentation on where there was an intervention related to in a cohort and all. So that was a different experience. We take a lot of messages from that. Then coming to Dr. Nadia's presentation, that also was very interesting. We can see how a nicely executed cohort will start from trigger. It will expand exponentially from one objective to second objective, like that. So that was also a big learning experience which we can also follow and replicate. Then we come to other 3 presenters who really explained to us what is that we have to do when if you are setting up this kind of exercise, cohort level exercise. I would like to thank first our Rajkumar Gobe, who told the nitty-gritty of the things which we have to take care while doing research in the field. Similarly, Sangram, he gave us much more detail about the adolescent cohort which they are following up, where mostly there was a lot of information which we have to learn from. I think Sangram will share the presentation. Many of the things related to the design of the cohort were very useful. Similarly, the issues they faced in the field. Thank you for sharing all of this with us. Then we have our Praveen, Dr. Praveen, who is our student, who used to my contemporary in IAPS and also synonymous with the CNS survey, for sharing the experience. Some of the innovations which he shared are very useful. We'll get back to you on the same. And from IAPS side, I would like to thank our director for motivating us to do this exercise. Similarly, our IT team who played a big role. There was a big power break in Mumbai, which is very rare, but they ensured that it will not affect our seminar. So thanking everybody, including Madam, for this, taking this all the effort for organizing the conference. Thank you.
Thank you to all of you, because actively you people have participated, so that's why it is possible. And I also like to thank Vani for her active participation as well as her support from the beginning in developing this proposal. Thank you, Sangram. Thank you, Praveen, and all my colleagues. I am so happy to see today we have started. Yes, formally. So give claps to each other.
Thank you,
Feel
ma'am.
happy that yes, we have started, and we will continue this work, and we will have very good result out of this thing, because we are including social component, psychological component in this thing, whereas medical doctors have done in their way, in their approach was quite different. So we can include so many other things. Listening to them, I was thinking we can have maybe not health camp, literacy camp. We can have program in the villages about literacy, or maybe we can have, now COVID thing is going on, some show or some lecture, like Dr. Sarang is around with us. So I was thinking about how best we can motivate the people, keep them with us, so we can have some programs in the villages to talk about COVID, talk about literacy, or we can take our students to have some literacy program for adults, something like this, so we can motivate that community to continue with us. So this is one thing, and other one is about, there are few questions which we can discuss with Sarah also, because Sarah has done in urban area about this thing, as well as Nadia also. We can contact her how best they have continued the cohort. So this way it will be quite helpful, because now we got the relationship, so we can write to them, we can again have small meetings with them. Thank you, everybody. Okay, and sorry for keeping Praveen and Sangram for so long, but it is useful that you have also learned something new from the researchers who are working since so many years in the area of maternal health, nutrition, and others. Okay,
Definitely.
let us close
Thank
the
you.
thing. Okay, you can close the thing. And I think Avinash told me I have to save something, I have to do something. So let me practice how I can do that. Okay.
Done, ma'am. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have saved.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
So he had said you save the chat. Not many things were there. And recording, he said he will be able to do that. But I do not know about other things. I've saved the chat.
I think प्रीति मैम ने सेव कर लिया है.
अच्छा प्रीति, मैंने भी किया है कुछ, पता नहीं क्या है वो.
मैम सेव कर लिया है ना प्रीति मैम?
हाँ.
You can save
screen भी लिया. हाँ, thank you अविनाश, thank you very much. इतना पूरा 4 घंटे साथ में रहने के लिए.
Okay, no problem. Okay, ma'am. Ending the event.
Yeah, thank you. Chalo, Preeti, Lakshmikant. Okay, it went very well. Okay.